Hello? Hello? Hello. Hello everyone. How are you doing today? It's strange that I'm live on a Monday. That's not really something that I ever do. You had that up way too loud. Oh no. Oh no. But hello everyone. Let me catch up. Let me catch up. Yeah, I'm wearing a wig today because I was like, you know, we're doing a special stream. Might as well have special everything. I don't know. So I was like, yeah, sure, we can do that. We can do that. I also wasn't happy about my hair today anyway, so you know. But Orion is today's first. And Sarufian is today's second. And Chris is today's third. Yeah, go make sure you follow Chris. And Sarah. Go do it. Go do it. Not allowed? Yes, of course it is allowed. What do you mean? What do you mean? But thank you for the 5 bits, Orion. You feeling somewhat better in a way today? In a while, it's nice. I'm glad, Orion. I'm glad. That's good. There's something different. It's something slightly different. Yeah, something slightly different. I figured, you know, might as well use this more, like, other than you know, with a cosplay. I don't know. Because I don't have any plans on like dyeing my hair. So, you know, using a wig, kind of nice to just do a temporary hair dye, almost, kind of. Should not have worn this t-shirt though, because my hair and t-shirt is like blending together. Also, it was not intentional that I used Undertale both beanie and t-shirt, but you know, I just wanted to have something that was game related, you know. But hey, Ghost and Scoot, you kind of want that Undertale hat as well. You should treat yourself, Orion. Have I done something to my hair? No. I mean, I have it in a hair tie though. I have done that with my hair. You didn't sleep at night. We did some doodling, sketching or something, and that was nice. You did sleep in. That's, well, I'm glad because you've been wanting to draw some for a while now. The eye makeup, thank you. The Naps the Blue t-shirt, yeah. Very blue today. That wasn't. It wasn't my intention to be that blue, but you know, I don't know. Well, it works, I guess. Thank you, Ghost. You're more of a cap person than a hat person, but you do need hats in the winter outside. Yeah, I mean, these warm your ears better and stuff during winter. So, didn't meant to draw what you think you actually wanted because it's scary, but it was nice to do something. Hey, baby steps, that's important too. But yeah, for those of you who don't know, I have informed people in the Discord. I feel like I've tried to inform people on all the different platforms that I'm on. But if you for some reason don't know what's gonna happen today, or you're new here, because it could be that too, today there is an event starting called Save and Sound, which is on, technically it's a Steam event, which starts in about roughly 45 minutes. And I have gotten the opportunity to do a co-stream. So I am a partnered co-streamer of this event today. And it's about, you know, it's game music. So it's a whole event about just game music in association with Steam. So, you know, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. And for doing this, they gave me a few Steam keys as well. So I decided to give away most of them. I decided to keep 2 for myself, and then I'm gonna give away 6 of them. So we're gonna do that, and for every 5th sub that we get today, I'm gonna add an extra Steam key giveaway, because I have a lot of Steam keys available as well, besides the ones that I got today. But these are more like games that are being covered during these 2 days that the event is gonna be. So the other ones that I have extra are not related to the event or anything. It's just something that I have, that I haven't used. But, you know, it's just an extra thing if people are interested in that. And I figured we're gonna do a giveaway, I mean, pretty early on. I guess very soon. So I just need to figure out which one we're gonna start with, because I want you to know which game it is first before we start the giveaway, so you know if it's something you want, if you're interested or not. But also, these are Steam keys, so they're on Steam. That doesn't mean I mean, I don't care if you have Steam or not. Like, you can do whatever you want with the keys. But just letting you know that if you don't have Steam, you won't be able to play the games. But yeah, so let's see. Which one should we start with, though? Let's see. Let me have a look. Some of these games are also games that I hadn't heard of before this event. But one thing that I noticed that they all had in common when I checked out the Steam pages were that the music kind of stands out. Like, you know, it has a distinct soundtrack, it seems. So that's fitting for the event as well. And yeah, also what is happening on this event is that every single thing that's going to be shown is going to be like concerts or performances. They're all made for this event. So it's not just like copy pasted from other things. It's made for this specific event. So that's also pretty cool. And if you check out the link that was with the SS command, that is going to show you the entire program for today. So it's gonna be a long stream. It's gonna be a long stream. Sell it. That was not advice what to do. Yeah, no. Well, I mean, I can't say. You can do whatever you want with it, but you know, I don't tell me. You know what? I think we can start with a game that I haven't played the second one, but I have played the first one. I played it on stream last year, I think. It was called Figment, and I've gotten a key for Figment 2. I don't think you need to have played the first one to play the second one. I don't think so. But it's the first one. I really enjoyed that. So we can start with that one. I actually need to play the second one on stream as well. So let us start the giveaway. Let me just do that. There we go. So if you want to enter the giveaway, just type in !raffle, and then you will be entered, and it will go on for 20 minutes. So you have 20 minutes, and then we will pick a winner. Well, I won't, because it's automatic. So Streamlabs, not Steam Labs, Streamlabs will pick a winner for us. So, but hey, Mama Kire, I haven't noticed yet. But yeah, hi Mama Kira. The only thing that you need to remember, if anyone is here who isn't a follower, you need to be a follower to enter the giveaway. But other than that, no other rules, really. You only need to have your DMs open though, so I can send you the key for the game. So I will just DM you the key. But yeah, Mama Kiri, it's nice to see you. And being comfortable being sent the key. Yeah, but I also don't need to like know any personal information. So you don't have to share anything with me that you don't want to. It's just a code, you know. So it's pretty safe, you know, pretty safe. But yeah, we have 6 games to give away. We're gonna do 1 each hour, and as I said, if we get for every 5th sub, like any type of sub, if it's like a resub, Twitch Prime, or gifted subs, whatever, for every 5th sub, we're gonna add an extra giveaway. So, but those are not from the event. These are just Steam keys that I have on my person, not directly on me, but you know. So your DMs are always open but empty. Hey, you never know. They might not be empty for long. But I hope you guys are having a good day, though. Hope you're having a good day. Be doing better knowing BB doesn't have pneumonia and that he's just cold sick. Oh, that's good to know. That's good to hear, Mama Kiri. That is good news. Yeah, this is the season where everyone just gets sick. It sucks. It sucks. I'm just waiting for to get sick as well. And then it's like, well, that wouldn't be too bad because then I can and then I can stay home from work. Walk around with a wallet full of Steam keys. Yeah, I mean, you never know. You never know. Technically, I do, because I do have them on my phone. You know? Well, I can access them on my phone in a document. So, you're not entirely wrong. Not entirely wrong if I have my phone in my pocket. Just got home from the doctors. Nice, nice. No more work if you get sick. Yeah, that's the I guess the beauty of working at an office, because people will just, you know, they don't want to get sick. So they will happily oblige you when you ask to stay home instead. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? But yeah, also guys, don't forget, if you want to enter the giveaway, just type in ! raffle. And we have a giveaway going right now for a game called Figment 2, which is... Let me have a look at the games that are on the schedule today. Because there are games tomorrow as well. I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming then, but definitely today. Yeah, they are gonna cover Figment 2 today. It's gonna be one of the first ones, actually. Once it starts in like 5 minutes. Well, less than 5. Well, a little bit more than 5 minutes. But you're doing good, just chilling and existing. That's good. That's good. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, go follow Doan. Go follow Doan. Collects a lot of retro games, which I wish that I had that amount of well, interest for retro games, because I think it's such a cool interest to have. I think I just move on quickly to new games. I don't really revisit very old games that I used to enjoy as a kid. I feel like I don't have that same attachment to games that I played growing up. Figment, the Disney Purple Dragon? Wait, no, what? No, it's well, this game is called Figment 2, Creed Valley. The first one is... What is the first one called again? I don't quite remember, but retro games are fun, but walls will cry. True. It's an expensive interest to have these days. But I feel like, yeah, it's good to have these types of interests too, though. You know. Isn't it just Figment? Could be. I just, like, the second one has, like, a second title as well to attach to it, so... A lot of the time, I just don't really pay attention to the second ones. But yeah, so should we watch on YouTube or on Steam? No, YouTube or Twitch, I mean, not Steam. I mean, I think it is on Steam as well. Lucky that Silksong is not Hollow Knight 2 then. True. Some people will probably call it that though. Hollow Knight 2. I wouldn't be surprised if they did that. Let's see. I think I want to stick with YouTube because I feel like the quality is going to be better for some reason. It was supposed to be DLC at first, but kept getting bigger and bigger. True, true. And now it's so big that it's never gonna happen. I just think that if they had to move engine and everything, and had to start basically from scratch, then bigger isn't necessarily better, you know? Well, you know. Now it's simply vaporware. Well, that's the sad topic to talk about. Yeah, let's see. We can just... It starts in 2 minutes. We're just gonna have the... No, shit, that's the wrong one. I kept forgetting that I have window capture. No, display capture for this one. So what is this event? This event is a music festival on Steam. So it's gonna be celebrating music for a bunch of mostly indie games. And they're all gonna be events and performances and concerts specifically for this event. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be cool. It's apparently the 4th year that they've done this, but I don't know if I ever saw it the other times. I just randomly stumbled across this and applied for it. And thought, oh, well, let's do that. That seems fun. Is it free on Steam? Wait, what is free on Steam? I mean, it's on YouTube and Twitch, but it is on Steam as well. You never seen this? I haven't either, but yeah, it is hosted on Steam as well, from what I've seen. But yeah, it's so these are the things happening today. Yes, you can mock my big cursor all you want. I'm okay with it. So here's the schedule. I should have posted it in the Discord, but I think you can just follow the link and it should be there, the schedule as well. The premiere will begin shortly. Did you have to purchase like a virtual ticket or something? You'll be back later-ish. Just wanted to stop in and say hi. I love the wig. Thank you so much, Black Cats. Be safe. I'll see you later. Let's see. There we go. That's the one I was looking for. Well, you don't have to agree. I've actually been looking for new backgrounds or wallpapers. Some that can like fit the entire ultra wide screen. But I can't find any that I like, that I want. So I'm like, ah, fine. Let's just stick with that. So I've had that for many, many months now. It's really difficult to find really big and high resolution wallpapers that are for ultra wide. But yeah, also guys, don't forget we have a giveaway running at the moment. Just type in how long is it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's 4 minutes left of the giveaway. So just type in exclamation point raffle if you want to join. You only need to be following, and then you can win. And right now we're doing a giveaway for Figment 2. It is a really good game, the first one. I really enjoyed it. I think it's a Danish game. It was also funny. But it was also kind of sad. It was a good one. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. Hey, Vapor! How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, so make sure you enter the raffle. We have a little over 3 minutes left, and then we'll pick a winner. But that's a lot of pixels to fill. Yeah, it's difficult to find a good one. I have not been able to find one. I've been looking. It's like very generic looking ones, or like very tech looking ones, or cyberpunk-ish. It's like, that's not what I want. How many pixels is it? Is it 5? I don't remember. I don't remember. It's 1440 times... Is it 55 or 54? Something. Oh. Oh, 5120. Okay, never mind. I remember 1440, but I didn't remember the yeah, that's the one. That's the one. But yeah, make sure you enter the giveaway, enter raffle. We have 2 minutes left until we pick a winner, and the game is Figment 2. But hey, Dave, how you doing? Yeah, I'm wearing a wig today. I'm wearing a wig today. But how you doing, Dave? It is nice to see you. I'm gonna give a shouty. Oh, never mind. Chris did. But yeah, so 10 minutes left. Yeah, I didn't know that there would be a countdown for the countdown. If I'd known, I would not have started half an hour earlier. I would have started maybe like 10 minutes earlier. Maybe. But it's fine, it's fine. At least if I decide to stream again tomorrow, because I did say, if today goes well, if people enjoy this today, I'm also probably, maybe, gonna cover the second day as well of the event. So, we'll see, we'll see. So then I know not to start half an hour earlier. But hey, Jean, how you doing? We're doing good. Ran some errands this morning, so now you're chilling and doing some drawing for class. Ooh, nice. Wait, what are you drawing? That's cool. That's cool. Oh, the giveaway, only 10 seconds left, and then it will pick a winner. Just saying. Just enter exclamation point raffle. Last minute, any second now, it will be over. You gotta hurry. Okay, it's too late. It's too late. You're doing dynamic poses. It's for a character design class. Ooh, nice, nice. Well, that sounds cool. Are you a great artist? It's fun to draw and learn. Hey, you don't have to be good. Also, good is very subjective as well. But also, you know, anyone... I know people will argue with this, but it's true. Anyone can be good at drawing. It's just about practice. Okay. Let us pick a winner. See who it is. It's a Vapor! Vapor won the giveaway. Congrats. Congrats, Vapor. Let me get the key for you, and I'm gonna send it to you. Let's see, let's see. Wait. How do I clicked on whisper, hold on. Let me try that again. There we go. There we go. You have the key. I've sent it to you. So there we go. We have the first winner of the day. We're gonna do one giveaway each hour of 6 of the games that will be on this event or covered during this event. It could be a game that is shown today or tomorrow. Figment 2 that we just gave away is going to be covered today. It's going to be one of the first games, I think. So I figured that was a good game to pick first. So yeah, the only thing you need is to be following to enter for the next giveaway, and or any of the other giveaways. And yeah, for every 5th sub, I'm also gonna add an extra giveaway on top of those 6 that we've done, because I have quite a few keys lying around that I can give away to people as well. So we can have that as an extra little treat if you guys want. Vapor got the key to success, yeah. You're welcome, Vapor. Yeah, I've only played the first one, and I really enjoyed it. I played it on stream as well. It was a good one, but I don't think you need to have played the first one to play the second one. But the second one looks even better, honestly. So I'm looking forward to trying that as well. Art is for everyone. It's true. It is true. But yeah, so let me I can list the games that we have to give away by default, like the ones we are gonna give away no matter what today. And it is a game called Castle of Alchemists, Figment 2 that we just gave away, and Metal Hellsinger. I already have that game, so but I haven't played it yet. So I figured, you know, that we're definitely gonna add that to the giveaway. And we have Balatro as well, and Rightfully Berry Arms, and Once Upon a Jester. So those are the games we're giving away today. Balatro, yeah! I saw that you were playing that on stream the other day, or last week sometime. So that's also a game that we're gonna give away. Let's see. Let me have a look at the Yes, we have. Hey, you also played Peglin. I know you played that one too. Also, yeah, Rightfully Berry Arms. That's also a game that we're gonna give away today. That is also gonna be covered later on today. And I'm looking forward to Cult of the Lamb though. That's gonna be good because I love the music in Cult of the Lamb. Even though I haven't played it, I just love the music. It's so good. I tried the demo for Ultras. It was kind of cool. Like the art style and everything, pretty cool. But yeah, the rest of the games we're gonna give away are for tomorrow. Like the games that are gonna be shown tomorrow. So not a lot of them are gonna be shown today. But they're gonna be a part of the event. They have mobile Velatro now? Oh. It is lovely to see my natural hair color. Thank you, Jean. Thank you. But yeah, you can access that schedule anytime you want. If you go follow that link as well. I figured, you know, I can't really have it on the screen because it's going to take up too much space. So, if you want to check it out, you can check it out there. Pacific Drive would be nice to hear. Wait, was that also on the schedule? I have looked at the schedule, but it's just, there's so many games that it's really difficult to remember all of them. Tuesday, 3 p.m. Okay, nice. Nice. It's not green naturally? I wish. No, unfortunately not. All productivity has been lost to that or metaphor. I really want to play that too. I did buy the Persona 3 Reload last week because it was on sale. I mean, is it still on sale? Maybe it is. And I have never played a single Persona game before because it's because of the turn-based combat. That it can be a little bit daunting to me. Because I tend to get very easily bored by it. I even dropped Fire Emblem 3 Houses because I just got so bored with the combats. But I feel like the Persona combat looks better or more interesting and fun to me. So you love Fire Emblem so much. This is a devastating blow. But it's just so repetitive. I don't know. I loved everything else, but the combat is just so, I don't know. I'm very picky when it comes to turn-based combat though. I'm very picky, I have to say. Fire Emblem is on the more interesting side of turn-based combat too. I don't agree with that. What I've seen from Persona looks more fun. I think it's... Maybe if I give it another try, but I also love the combat in Baldur's Gate 3, but that's also very different. But yeah. Maybe I just need to give it another try. I don't know. I did not enjoy it in what's it called? Octopath Traveler though. Because it became too grindy. But it's starting! Let me know if I need to turn up the volume. Hey, Woo, how you doing? And Urban. Okay. It's hard to know because sometimes the sounds are very different, like the volumes. Hey, it's showing the schedule.
Hello everyone, I'm Hans.
And I'm Kate.
And we'll be your host for Save and Sound, where we celebrate music in audio in games. For the next 5 hours, there will be original musical concerts and deep dives that have been made just for this show. This is actually our 4th year of Save and Sound, and the list of games featured is actually something quite special. I think we have something like 85 studios from around the world who have prepared something to showcase their different, crazy, unique, and sometimes even delicious ideas.
Okay.
Alongside this showcase, there's actually a Steam sale, a Steam event. On the front page of Steam, you'll see underneath the carousel a lady playing the flute, where you can find sales, demos, and even some soundtracks on sale. And we'll be giving away some Steam keys, I think of some 45-something games, during the course of the evening and tomorrow, so make sure to stay in chat because we'll be tagging you and also linking the forum where you can participate and all that stuff. Okay, enough chit-chat. Kate, what do we have up next?
Yes, let's get this show on the road.
I mean, it's live, so it has to be auto-generated.
Games, which is a co-op roguelike, and the team has prepared for us an amazing cultist performance. We follow this up with Little Kitty Big City, a game where you can live out your dream of being a cat, with a jazzy performance that will make you want to dance. Next up is Wild Frost, a deck builder roguelike with a lovely deep dive into the music and sound design of the game, led by Felix and Paul. After that we have Cairn, an atmospheric climbing game by the Game Bakers, while its 2 composers, Camille and Martin, cooked up a deep dive giving insight into their process. Next there is Paperhead, with Jonas Turner returning to Save and Sound, again with a nightmarish and horrifyingly entertaining deep dive. We end the block with our very own Neil Sørensen aka Stoysnack performing a song from Figment to Creed Valley in this very spot.
Yeah,
that's it for now.
That's a
Enjoy
Danish
the
game.
show.
And the subtitles were not correct at all. Can't hear without your subtitles? Same. But you were looking forward to this, very pleased to see him streaming it. I'm glad. Music. Look at the goats. What is going on here? Oh, that was bright. I was not prepared for that. Was he using the outhouse with his accordion? He was. Yeah, that was quite the flashbang. It's also an accessibility thing to have subtitles. Yeah, I know. I also need, well, I don't need it, but I'm gonna have to struggle a little bit more if I don't have them. And you tend to be so consistent, Chris. I've never seen this game before.
1, 2, 3, 4.
It looks kind of cool. But yeah, the flashbangs kind of harsh, but the sound is still low. I can turn it up more. Hope you can play banjo in it somehow. Maybe you can. Or maybe they just designed them for this event that they're playing. And just watch with sunglasses on. Oh, I don't have them right here. I like the style of the game, though. Look at the little hooded dudes with their little faces. Simply squint, nature sunglasses. That gives me migraines. Little Kitty Big City.
Hey everyone, thank you for listening to Worship Save and Sound Performance. My name is Leon Monette. I'm the composer and sound designer at Chasing Rats Games. You've just
Thanks so
listened
much for
to a
the
brand new
follow.
song composed for Worship, a multiplayer cultist game inspired by Pikmin. It's been composed for a new encounter featuring cursed skeleton musicians.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Bedtime Digital,
So they
for
are
letting
supposed
us
to
take
be.
part in this awesome event. A big shout out to all the amazing musicians and the crew that helped to put together all of this. Worship Demo is out on Steam right now. Try it out and wishlist the game if you liked it.
oh, so it's not out
Thank
yet.
you so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of the show and
Look at the
see you next
cats.
time. Bye bye.
Oh, looks like serious. But hey, Icy Dragon Breath, welcome in, welcome in. Nice to have you. Now they have subtitles, yeah. It was a baby. Yeah, it had the same coloring as Sirius, too. A great day to be a cat. Well, that's every day, isn't it? Also, I'm just gonna say, I can't do anything about timing ads correctly today, so just bear with me. I can't do anything about the ads. They're gonna happen when they happen. It's gonna be interrupting something at some point, no matter what. So just letting you know, there's gonna be an ad in 8 minutes, though. I really want to play this game. It has... I feel like the biggest selling point of the game is just all the hats you can get for the cats. It's great. Oh, you played it? You played it? Yeah, I've been thinking about it too. There's so many games. You're surprised I haven't played this yet? That's... I can understand that. Because I have so many cat games in my library. I even have a whole category in my Steam library just called cats. So, yeah. Is it going to... I don't know. Probably, but I don't know when. They haven't said. A whole category, yeah. look at the... Oh, look at the chubby emote. The chubby cat. First time coming in and the first thing you see is them playing A Great Day to Be a Cat for the cat lady. Hey, Blues! Hey, I'm blue today too. Welcome in. But is the sound okay now? The volume? Is everyone happy? But yeah, I do have a whole category with just cat games. I do. Let's see. You think it is? For you at least? Sounds grand. That's good. That's what we want to hear. Yeah, it's very difficult to determine the volume of these things. Depends on what you're watching or playing. Blue Crew, let's go! Yee! Hope you're doing well though. You wish you had headphones to hear the music. Yeah, okay, yeah, they're charging. I see this. I knew what you meant. That's the important thing, you know? It's a blue keyboard. Everything is blue today. Were you good eating on your break? Nice. I hope work is going smoothly today for Monday. You would say they're loading. I think we would say just charging. Any saxophone has a blue mouthpiece? I didn't even notice that. Here's hoping the people aren't feeling blue though. Hopefully. Hey, he does! I didn't even notice that. Would you look at that? His water bottle is blue too. So Don, how you doing? And music, yeah, we'll listen to music. We all know what the that's debatable. I love blue, but I wouldn't say that it's my favorite. Green, yeah, green means clean, but you know, green has some blue in it, so. But yeah, so anyone who has just come in here, you can see the game that the music is from at the bottom.
Hi there, we are sound designer Felix Barbarino
and composer Paul Zimmermann. And today we'd love to give you a little audio deep dive into roguelike deck builder Wild Frost, which released in 2023.
Wild Frost combines a unique and charming art style with very challenging roguelike gameplay, which we wanted to make sure to embody in our approach to both sound design and music.
As part of our onboarding for the project, we got to read through the game's pitch deck, which ended up being very helpful in finding the overall audio direction. Two things really stuck out to me when I read the deck.
It's cute.
For one, the game's art style is rather cute and charming, and not at all dark medieval fantasy.
Wait.
That was something the dev team really wanted to emphasize. Secondly, and for me most importantly, were these little instrument designs the game's artist Gaz drew on a page about the in-game culture. Whenever I start working on a new project, I really like to establish a palette of sounds and instruments that I can then keep reusing throughout the whole soundtrack.
Is he Hans
In this
Zimmerman's
case, the visual
son?
palette for the instruments was already established.
He also
Now I
makes
just needed to figure out
soundtracks.
how they could sound.
Speaking of sound, let's talk a little bit about the sound design. Not only is everything in Wild Frost clearly frost related, but also filled with lots of bells.
Bears? No, oh, he said bells. I thought he said bears.
Let's take a closer look at how I made the storm bells. These are difficulty enhancers that you can ring to activate certain nerves. For those, I recorded lots of takes with this Japanese bell.
It's a cute bell.
Then pitched it so each bell has its own tone.
Okay, that's really
And
nice.
then layered all of these tones with dark impacts to make them sound more threatening. In the game, the whole scene sounds like this.
Hey, Marty! Honestly, I love the sound of bells.
So, after I spent some time finding the real instruments that could represent our Wild Frost ones, I was finally ready to start writing and arranging the music. You will hear them in context later, but here are some of them in isolation. The Navallophone is a very interesting design, resembling a melodic percussion instrument along the lines of a marimba or a xylophone. To represent it, I ended up with a mixture of different sampled instruments like log drums, ballaphones, and marimbas. If we're being nitpicky, then the teeth would probably have to be varying sizes for it to create different pitches, but let's just pretend there's some Snowdwellian magic here that makes the instrument sound the way it does. Another group of instruments that are very present throughout the soundtrack, in large part due to their piercing sound, are the so-called hooters and tooters.
Hooters and
While the
tooters.
hooters are more traditional flutes and especially warmer sounding ocarinas. The tooters in particular ended up being an instrument I never utilized in my writing before. Represented by the real-world instrument of the zurna or soona, I was actually quite surprised to find a version of this one in many different cultures like ancient Greece, China, Turkey, among many others. You might agree that this instrument has a very unique and piercing sound, which makes it ideal for rousing battle music.
In the battle, you can use different kinds of
I
abilities.
kinda want this game
like
now.
Poisoning or healing. It was really a lot of fun searching for the right interpretation of these and thus adding a lot of character. For example, when you slow an enemy with a snow attack, it sounds like you're getting hit by a snowball during a short snowstorm. And when a character loses strength, it sounds like a sword that falls down and breaks. You have to know that
That's cool.
one single sound effect in the game mostly doesn't really consist of just one single sound. It's really a lot of sounds layered and processed and adjusted in volume. So let's take a closer look at one of the abilities in Wild Frost. This small bomb attaches to a unit, and when you attack that unit, it gets extra damage from that bomb. This specific sound consists of many different layers, like a burning fuse and an alarm to give it that soon exploding feel. To underline the personality given by the small face on the bomb, I've also added a cute but nasty voice. For this I used both my own voice and a synthesizer, and then layered them together. On top of that,
I
used
love
some
these
additional
things.
mechanic layers to let it feel like a crafted tool.
A lot of the music in Wild Frost relies on layering a bunch of instruments to create a new and unique sound that cuts through the mix of all the percussion and carries the melodic themes. The theme in the track Luminized Dance is a great example for this kind of layering. As I usually do, this track too started with a rough piano sketch, outlining melody and harmony.
I'm liking the music to this.
This helps me work out the core musical ideas first, before jumping into the details of arranging.
I think
It is
it's
quite
because it's
easy to get
reminding
lost
me
in tweaking details across hundreds of individual layers
Made in
during the
Abyss a little
composition
bit with the
process.
percussion.
From there, a rhythmic bed is created giving the music its drive and forward momentum. Then the melodic theme is placed across a few different instrument layers.
Ashen1, how you doing?
Most of the soundtrack uses sampled instruments, but I also recorded some real ones that I can play, like ukuleles, shakers, voices, and let's not forget, kazoos.
Kazoo!
And speaking of voices,
In Wild Frost, there are many small details to discover. For example, the muncher, a big animal that can eat unneeded cards. As long as you hold the cards in front of its mouth, it will not stop slurping and smacking. Until you let it eat. Or did you know that there are 3 types of footstep sounds when certain cards leave the battlefield?
This game is adorable.
The normal enemy cards just run away. The money gobbling runs away luckily with some money still in their bag, so you can hear those coins bouncing. And sometimes when your own cards flee after losing a fight, they whistle innocently as if nothing happened. There are a lot more things to discover, like the
How's
ice
the event?
block
It's
starts
going pretty well
creaking
so
when
far.
you hit it 3 times.
I'm enjoying it.
Or the fact that sound effects are always in tune to the music, so it won't sound annoying.
Yeah, so a lot of these games, I mean, this is with Steam, like it's on Steam, this whole event.
so most of the music implementation in Wild Frost is quite straightforward.
So I think all of
Many
these games will
relies
be on
looping
sale
tracks.
right now.
But there are a few spots where the music becomes a bit more adaptive. I wanted to make sure that there was some rest before and after fighting. As players enter a battlefield, the music is first in a state of calm. It is not until the first damage is dealt that we transition into the actual battle track. This system is then set up across all our battle locations via our audio middleware Fmod and integrated into the game's engine, Unity.
Dude, I love the music in this game. And the sounds.
While the art of Wild Frost is rather cute, the battles are really the opposite. It's a challenging game, so I wanted the battle sounds like hits or special abilities to really sound fat and juicy.
Hearthstone does this, it makes the game
I think
much
there
more
are 3
engaging to
steps
play
that I
without
took to make
even
this
realizing
possible.
it.
The first one being the right amount of frequencies and layers to the sound design itself, like having some sub-bass to give the attack more weight, or adding sparkling layers with sharp transients to let it cut through. Here's what I mean by that. First, you hear the following ability without those additions. It sounds okay, but it lacks a bit of that juiciness. So here's the same sound after adding bass and the high frequencies. Also, the rhythm of the sound design is important, as sometimes a small gap before the impact can make the difference. The last step always was a lot of testing, adjusting and setting all up in our audio middleware Fmod. For example, I sidechained the music a tiny bit during important impacts like special abilities. That means the music gets quieter for a very short time during those effects. You might not notice it that much, but it really gives the abilities more space in the whole mix.
Yeah, I'm loving the sound effects and the music in this game. And hearing about it is also really cool.
Thank you very much for tuning into our little audio deep dive for Wild Frost. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I think I want this game now. Cairn. One said good luck, the other said goodbye. I mean, they did say it was a difficult game, so... That was fascinating. I agree. I love hearing about those things. Makes me want
So
it.
you are co-composing the game soundtrack with Martin, and you're Ava's voice when she sings, but also for all the efforts and all the breathing sounds.
It's the first time that I do this kind of combo. I went to a national dramatic school in Paris. People started to ask me to compose for their play, their movies, and I was like, ooh, I'm kind of like to dig into someone's universe and to dive into someone's brain. I continue acting, but I really need the project to be special. Like, this one. The effort sounds part was the more unexpected one because you can't imagine when you're playing how much the sound designer needs material to create the world of the character. And this game is really based on Ava, so we really needed a lot of sounds. You think when you do it's the same as
Do you have a
but
fear
it's
of
not.
heights?
I had to do like, I don't know, 2 or
We can
3
take
hours
off the
of fractionated sports
subs.
in the studio. It was awesome. And the music is super interesting because I'm more used to do classical structures. I see it like this. You have to dive into the game. The music comes from the game, from the images, from the situation. Basically what I do is I improvise for between half an hour and 2 hours of music, searching a lot. First time I brought my loop station, this is kind of my best friend because it's a continuous flow. It comes with an idea that I can just, without stopping. The editing part comes after, and that's the part that I don't like. So I thought, okay,
I would be the
maybe
same
I'll
way.
try to do my thing in front of someone else who was Martin that I didn't know, and I was intimidated because I know his work and all. But it happens that it was like super soft and super like two weird people in the studio trying things without talking. It was so cool. We kind of inspired each other like this. I brought the loop station and I brought my violin and the voice. After I brought a trombone and a wave drum. It's like a magic box and you have like a bunch of sounds in it. So just, yeah, it's like a playground, and then it starts and you go with the flow. And then Martin's here and he listens and we choose together which part is the best or interesting one. Then I work at my place, then he works, then we mix our works. So yeah,
I've been
it's
looking at
awesome.
several of
At the
these types of
beginning, I was
instruments
like,
and
okay,
devices because I
maybe
really want to
I'm
start doing
totally
stuff like this
out
too.
Of the way of doing soundtrack. It happens that I was totally out of the pattern, but I was inspiring him and he was inspiring me, channeling the idea. He's recording and he's like, okay, what do you think? And I'm like, okay, maybe this and that. And I love it. I really love this. A lot of things that we didn't use in the main moment. Martin took it and spread it a little in the whole game. Like, it's not music, but it's around. It's like the mountain is alive and everything is alive. It's cool because we have a really different way of working. I'm like, and he's super calm, and so it really completes the two energies. This is like the surprise of this experience. Yeah, it's really special. The mood, the design, the character, the fact that it's really radical. It's not an easy game. It's super deep. I see it as scales. It has a lot of scales. One is very, very beautiful, very light, very like
the
inviting.
water
You
looks
wanna
so
stay
nice.
in the game forever. And then you're more close to yourself because you're actually playing alone, and it's very technical. The first time I tried the game, I was breathing with her. I was really like, and I like that because it demands a lot as a player. You can't be like this playing. You're like, okay, I'm gonna play.
I thought this
And
would
you
be more
choose
like
your
Jusant
path.
or
In a
something,
sense,
but
this is a very mature game. It's like a mirror.
it actually
How do you
looks even
connect to
better to
Ava?
me.
I connect
Or more interesting.
very much, actually. I felt I had to do this game. I had to create space in my life to meet her because she had a lot to teach me, actually. She's climbing all the time. She has one goal. She just needs to go further. Anything like crossing her path will go. So I'm like this. I'm like, no, I need to go a bit further and then I'll rest later. We only live once, so I'm like, let's go, let's do it.
Are you ready for Cammy?
The music also sounds really nice.
It doesn't look so bad, does it?
Hmm. Oh, is this a horror game?
Hello, my name is Jonas Turner, and I am the sound designer and music composer for
Is he a Swede?
In Paperhead, a lot of the visual elements are made out of cardboard or paper, and I wanted to include that as a core element of the sound design as well. Let's check it out.
But hey, Palm, how you doing? Dude, it seems so fun to be like a Foley artist. You did that with your short movie too? Nice.
Of course, we use other sound sources too besides paper. Let's have a brief listen of the game in proper motion and look at some action gameplay.
Yeah, this actually looks really cool. It's like cardboard, everything. I mean, it's called Paperhead, but you know, it's like, could have meant anything. Cardboard Doom. Foley would be the best. The creativity that goes into it is incredible.
As you may have noticed, the action is visceral and very much in your face. But there is much more. There are parts where you explore this weird, spooky place. Let's have a look at some of these moments.
What is Foley? A Foley artist is someone who makes sound effects for like movies and games and stuff like that. Like this guy is doing.
A lot of the soundscape in the game is meant to be spooky just by using ambient tones emanating from objects in the rooms. But sometimes we like to add a little extra.
Oftentimes it's another object making the sounds rather than what's being seen. Yeah.
As you hear, the music comes in various forms, be it action, exploration, or even complete ambient. Some of the music sources might even play from within the levels, like in this spooky room.
Should we do another giveaway, by the way? It's been about an hour since the last one. Let's see.
I hope you enjoyed this quick peek into the soundscape of Paperhead. And remember to wishlist the game on Steam. The prologue episode is free, so go and experience it for yourself. Tell your friends about it.
So we're doing a giveaway each hour during the stream today. Of games that are in this, like on this event. So which one should we do next?
Hi everyone, I'm Nils, aka Støysnak. I'm the game director and composer on the game Figment 2 Creed Valley. Here's the theme song from that game.
We've already given away Figment 2, which they're gonna show now.
I'm coming back to the surface now. Yeah, my head's been gone for so long. Looking for things that I didn't
Should we give
need,
away?
but now it's time to move on. Wherever we go, a home is not a house. As long as I'm with you,
We can give away Metal Hellsinger now.
work it out.
I think.
This tangled
Let's do that.
walk down these pathways will make it
So we're starting a
out
new giveaway.
if you hold my hand. Things may change, maybe it's okay that they don't turn out like
Oh, the
you
Omato. I didn't see that one. Yeah.
Nothing stays the same. The only certainty
You see in the command there. Just do exclamation point raffle to enter. It's a Steam key though, so you need to have Steam or
So hold on, and I think we'll be okay. There are lights
it's gonna be open for about 20 minutes.
that will guide us. Yeah, hold on, and today might be the day that we find who we are once again.
Yeah, so Vapor 1, Figment 2 earlier. We have 6 games in total, but then for every 5th sub today, I'm gonna add another giveaway.
This place can also tear us apart. But let's hold on tight and let's change our minds before we change.
I played Figment, the first one, on stream was it last year or was it the year before? It was very good. I really enjoyed it.
As long as I'm with you.
Still haven't played the second one though.
We'll work it out. So let's hold.
It looks even better than the first one. I'm like, I don't know what to talk when I can talk and when I can't. I remember you were here when I played it, Orion. The first one. You want to play more music games where it's integrated into the game? Metal Hellsinger is one of those. And yeah, also, even if you're a mod, you can also enter. Just saying. Anyone who is also a mod, anyone can enter as long as you're following. So just feel free to do exclamation point raffle if you want to join.
And we're back! Don't forget to wishlist Worship, Karen, and Paperhead, and check out Little Kitty, Big City, Wild Frost, and Figment 2 that are all on sale. What is up next, Hans?
Next up, we have Arranger, a role puzzling adventure. It's a charming and thoughtful tile-based puzzle game. They've prepared a musical performance of the game's OST. Then we'll have Nights in Tight Spaces, which is the follow-up of Fights in Tight Spaces, with a dubstep, electro, boiler room style video. It's pretty interesting. And then we'll have Tiny Glade, which is the recent indie hit that will be showcasing the audio design behind such a cute and relaxing game.
It's not showing the
then
subs,
it's
though.
Peglin with Adam,
It's like
aka
cut in
Crash
half.
Droid, who's going into a soundtrack deep dive and remix. And we'll end this block with Henry Halfhead, giving us a Tiny Desk-like performance of 2 tracks. Enjoy.
I don't think I've ever heard of this game before.
En agosto de 2023 fui a lo del CRIS, Autopista del Sonido, a grabar unas músicas para el videojuego Arranger, a Role Puzzling Adventure.
Is
Grabar
Wildfrost
allí
among
fue
the
como
keys today?
hacerlo en
No.
una segunda casa,
No, it's not.
la verdad.
I got random keys to, like, Steam keys today. But I want that game too. It looked so cute, and I really like the sounds of it as well.
La lista de temas y de pistas a grabar era bastante extensa, pero los mates con los chicos me hicieron los días más que amenos. Siempre hay nervios cuando grabas, querés que salga como lo tenés en tu cabeza. Y a mí este tema que estamos escuchando, Problemas Tentaculares, era el que más nervioso me tenía porque tiene muchas secciones diferentes y varía mucho la energía que va teniendo.
Time to go. Have a good one, Blues, and thank you so much for
Toda
stopping
la
by.
experiencia de haber trabajado en este juego fue increíble para mí. Gemma, el personaje que manejamos, es una persona curiosa que se pregunta por lo que hay más allá. Es exploradora, cuestionadora. En mi vida personal me siento un poco como ella. No solo porque viví en muchos lugares diferentes buscándome, sino que además cuestiono todos los días el orden absurdo del mundo. Esta conexión que yo siento fue una de las cosas que me ayudó mucho a la hora de hacer una música sincera. Y eso no podría haber sido sin la libertad que me dieron también.
Yeah, I didn't see much of the game, but it looks really nice. Also, if you're entering the giveaway, you also need to have your DMs or like your whispers open so I can DM the code to you. Just letting you know. Clever! How you doing?
El juego va pasando por diferentes lugares y tonos, y a pesar de que uso samples e instrumentos electrónicos, yo creo que un elemento que le da personalidad a esta música es la guitarra y el charango. No como instrumentos genéricos, más bien
Thank you,
haciendo
Palm
referencia a
and
los
Clever.
míos.
Yeah,
No sé si
I'm
es que
using a
son
wig today.
particularmente buenos. La guitarra debe tener mi edad, pero yo les siento como si tuvieran un espíritu propio al cual no cuesta mucho llamar.
Yeah, everyone who wants to win Metal Hellsinger, a Steam key for the game Metal Hellsinger, just type in ! raffle to join.
Esto que estamos escuchando es el resultado de muchas conversaciones.
It's a birdhouse.
No fue difícil inspirarse en el
look
trabajo
at
de
the
mis
birds.
compañeros, tanto con el diseño que plantea el Nico, la historia y los personajes del Nick, y la dimensión visual que se abre con el arte del David.
I like the art style of this game.
Este es el tema más rockero de la banda sonora.
Also, thank you, Sarufin. Yeah, go check out the link if you want to know more about what is going on here today, what the event is about. Yeah.
El costado aventurero del juego me dio la chance y aproveché para grabar baterías,
It's fine,
que es el instrumento que más me gusta tocar.
Last time I went to Copenhagen as well, but I didn't tell anyone where I went. But I wouldn't go there again. I don't think I would go somewhere else.
Esto es un minúsculo registro de esta experiencia que duró 4 años de nuestras vidas. Mi nombre es Tomás Batista y les agradezco mucho la atención y la escucha.
I need to take notes of all the games I want to look at afterwards because there's so many.
Wow, me deja re nervioso ese tema del orto, boludo.
You should stop naming places I can't go there. Yeah, I've already gone to Copenhagen and London and Texas to see them, but so I would probably choose something else next time. Mix it up. Burbs. Yeah, this game looks cute. The music sounds nice too. You would legit just listen to the soundtrack on its own? You probably can. You like this? Yeah, it is really nice. I wish you didn't stop playing the guitar. Yeah, it seems really sad when you put in a lot of work into something and then just, if you don't keep up with it, it just disappears. It disappears, kind of. Same with languages, too. But that's true, though. Chris, are you gonna start playing the cello again? People always hated your rendition of Wonderwall. Maybe it's because it was Wonderwall, you know? Maybe it wasn't about you, it was just the song. But guys, there's 7 minutes left of the giveaway, so feel free to join the raffle. You have less than 7 minutes left. All you need to do is be a follower, and then you can join. You can join. Nights in tight spaces. They seem to be knights in very tight spaces. Yeah. Okay, the art style here is also really cool. That's a very tight space, yeah. You see, they can't... They kind of start laughing too. Because they realize how silly it is. I like this type of humor though. If you had the space for a cello, you absolutely would. And you can always get one of well, the ones that aren't as chonky, you know? That will take up less space. Never forget how to play, but you're much worse than you used to be whenever you pick it up. Okay, I was not expecting you to to go that direction. This is how the first webcam will look like. Yeah, probably. Yeah, I kind of like this. Look at the dude with the hammer. They're all just vibing. A night rave, yeah. You're all wearing fox hats and whatnot. Yeah, it's a nightclub. Even better, even better. Dude, I like this. Yeah, nightclub. You wish this is good, good. Guys, you have 3 minutes left to enter the giveaway. The game being Metal Hellsinger. Just type an exclamation point raffle to get the chance to win. The guy in red is having the time of his life back. He's very into it, that's for sure. They're all like kind of awkward. It's like, what am I supposed to do now? Slenderman is there too. Okay, this is actually so good. Just imagine playing that game and this music comes on. It would be so good. Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. Wait, what do you mean, never mind? Would I be the DJ? I doubt it. They would be working long nights. Yeah. Yeah, they would. I would be the one in the back gasping for air because everyone would be much taller than me, so I couldn't breathe. The one crowd, no, people would die. Oh, shit. Hold on. Let me... Hey! The giveaway is over. We gonna pick a winner. We're gonna pick a winner. And the winner is a woo! A woo! Congrats, a woo! Let's see. I'm gonna send you the game in Whisper. There we go. There we go. Congrats. We're gonna do another giveaway in about 40-ish minutes. I hope you enjoy. This was a very long set. I wasn't expecting it to be this long. You're welcome. You're welcome. The guy with the small shield doing a small dance. I would be having small panic attacks from being too close to everyone. For me, it would depend how well I know the people. No, just so not. No, don't do that in a club. But this room stinks, probably. Probably. Also, listen, don't forget to hydrate. It's important. Next up is Tiny Glade. It looks so pretty. I just wish that it had more of an objective of the game. Because it looks so good. I'm just not good at playing games where I don't have a goal. I have no water. Go get it, Ryan. Go get it. You can make it. Oh, that was the end? I thought they were gonna do another one. Oh. That was pretty good though. Nights in Tight Spaces, that's actually such a cool title too.
Hello, say what's up. Hello. This is Martin and Oda from Tiny Glade team. And
wait, she sounds Norwegian.
Intro to the music.
We just launched the game.
Well, they are
last,
Norwegians.
Two nights ago. And yes.
I didn't know Tiny
Glade
Glade was a Norwegian
Is a little
game.
game where you build castles, villages, ruins, whatever you feel like at your own pace. There are no goals other than those you set for yourself, and we ultimately wanted to create a space where people can relax. We worked very closely with Anna and Tom from Poundside to find the right style for both sound design and music to really capture and enhance the world of possibilities that they were creating. Martin did a little sound design intro for last year's Save and Sound, so this time we're focusing more on the music.
There are actually only 2 instruments that have been recorded live, and that is the flutes, which is my mom playing, and the trumpet, which is me.
Exactly,
the rest
Orion.
are
Same
all
for me.
virtual instruments. This was because we didn't have a budget. We could record me for free. My mom was more than happy to, for the first time in her life, be a studio musician.
The studio setup that we have is very much homemade. It's just like the
subs aren't
this
working.
Tiny room, and we put up a bunch of things. Hello. And then so there's a microphone, and then we go in here. So all of this stuff is just to make sure that we get a bit less reverb in the recordings. And then here is my sound card, and then here's my laptop.
Yeah, that last one was
that's-
shaping up to be
that's
great.
it. The reason why most of the other wind instruments have really just staccato sounds and not really sustained notes is that it takes less time to program and make it sound good. And also, the shorter notes meant that there would be actually more space for the sound design as well. It also makes the
Orion, that's so
transitions
cute.
between different time of day and different instruments easier to navigate inside of Fmod.
Chris is a wind instrument.
Inside of Fmod. This is the Autumn Glade Music System event, and this is one of the tracks called Autumn Sun. Here you can see all the instrument stamps that we have for this track, which
Yeah,
is
Scoot.
quite a lot. We have a few different parameters here, like music intensity, music richness, day-night, and so on. And I'm gonna set up the day-night parameter to increase over time. The music intensity
Sorry if that
is
is very
currently
loud.
0, which means we just started a new play.
Thank you, Palm.
Built a lot. Is when decides which instrument is playing, which is what the purple, blue, green,
Thank
and
you for
yellow
gifting
boxes
some.
are.
Woo.
So basically,
The
if you
subs
pump a lot, the music becomes more complex to match what you can see on screen. I'll just increase this manually as we go, which means we
Thank
won't
you,
get the
Palm.
nice fades
Hope you
that we
enjoy the
get in
sub,
game,
Palm.
but oh well.
Chris, don't.
So now it's at 0.3,
Was it Hades?
and that's a bit more fleshed out. And day-night is increasing by itself, so it's now midday. Let's switch to 0.6 now. That's even more fleshed out.
The subs are just distracting to me.
And we're now in the evening. And topmost intensity.
Hades
And
is the
it's
name
middle
of
the
Chris
night.
and Lawrence's cat.
So we're switching between different instruments depending on what time of day it is, and each instrument also has the 4 different richness levels triggered by the music richness parameter to match how long or how much you've been building. And just for fun, to make things a little bit more complicated, we also have the music intensity parameter, which is connected to the sound effects.
Yeah, I literally had
So
no
if you're
idea.
building a lot and the volume of the building sounds are above a certain threshold, that will cause the parameter value to increase,
But
which
these
will
people
make
were
different
Norwegian.
instruments fade out according to the settings assigned to them.
I feel like that makes me want to buy the game
And then
even
if you
more.
stop
I know that
building,
sounds
the
really
parameter
stupid.
will
but-
start decreasing because there's no audio pushing the value upwards, and that will make the instruments fade back in until the tune is fully fleshed out again.
But I feel like it's important to help support fellow Norwegians, you know, when it comes to game stuff. Because we don't have too much going on in the game department.
One of my favorite things about working on Tiny Glade was that the narrow scope of it allowed us to go really deep with everything we did. The music system got to be as complex as it is specifically because there's no narrative or fast-paced action to underscore. Instead, we got to focus on getting our players into the right mindset to relax and be creative, and on making the environment feel alive and dynamic with a soundscape that adapts to the day-night cycle and various themes. I've never worked on anything that has as many parameters presented as this game, and bug fixing and mixing became quite interesting towards the end. Martin added so many details and layers to the sound design that I'm sure people feel but don't actively notice, like how a small building sounds lighter than a big one.
I don't think there are
when you move
achievements,
around,
are there?
and if you zoom out really far, there is a different type of wind.
I think I've looked at it to
And
see if
then
there
there's
are.
wooden elements that are added in as the layer for half-timber buildings, and that's for all types of building sounds. The level of detail is so impressive, and that of course applies to the visuals and everything else as well, and I feel incredibly lucky that I got to be part of a team with individuals as inspiring as Martin, Tom and Anna. Another thing that ended up having a big impact on the music was the first couple of trailers that we made, because at that point I had not yet had time to make more than a few sketches. Since we didn't have any in-game music, I had to make something that felt like it captured the personality of the game, and that ended up being a very good starting point and reference for the rest of the tracks. For example, the very first announcement trailer had short musical phrases with a lot of silence between them because we wanted to evoke curiosity. This led to me choosing odd time signatures and often swapping between different ones within the same track
pretty,
to allow space for ambience, and it also added a nice and slightly uneven ebb and flow, which makes the tunes feel less static. And then there's the trailer that we did for a future game show. Here the music was based on a sketch I made inspired by the first trailer. The music is much more fleshed out than the announcement trailer, and also much more than the in-game music. This track ended up being the main inspiration for the main theme, which is both in the menu music and also has a different variation per glade.
I
Oh, you
would
can
also
pet
like
it.
to point out that the music would not sound at all the way it does now if it weren't for the fact that Tom and Anna came with so much feedback. The soundtrack for Tiny Glade is definitely not something that I made on my own. It's been a team effort for everyone who's been on the team.
Hey, my name's Adam. You might know me as
Peglin.
Crash Droid. I'm the composer for Peglin, and I've done additional music on Foul Damage. Today, I want to break down a little bit of the music that I've worked on for
I only
Peglin
associated
and
with
really
this
talk
with-
about
with
and highlight
Dave.
the storytelling and the instrumentation featured in the game. Peglin includes a few different instruments that are pretty integral to its identity, namely a piano, an upright bass, and a marimba. As you go further through the game, you'll start to discover new instruments that mean new things to the story and world of Peglin.
You dare me to
So
make
without
an
further ado, let's
entirety
open
of
it up and
the entirety of
explore some of that
Stormy
music.
Castle? Damn.
For our song
I don't know if
breakdown,
I can do that.
I wanted to talk about the later stages in the game, specifically the mines. These are some of my personal favorite songs in all of Peglin, and I really wanted to kind of pick them apart and we can explore them together. So a little sample for you here.
You gonna fry some eggs even if you love gobos? Do both. You can love gobos while
So
frying
one of
eggs.
the primary things about this track that makes it stand out compared to the rest of the soundtrack is the way that I've written the bass.
Yeah,
I'm
they are
combining
cute.
this contact bass with a different patch from a plugin that I really like called Massive.
Oh, I like that sound.
It's a very bubbly synth kind of sound, and because it's really, really low down, it kind of complements the bass in a way of giving it a little bit of sliminess and a little bit of grunge. It's not a very comfortable place to be for Peglin, so that little bit of extra bubble and pop from the bass, I think, helps even that idea out a little bit more. Another thing to note is that the signature marimba line is being affected by a different mallet instrument this time around. This time we've also got a Celesta that is present in the soundtrack as well. This one was chosen a little bit more to identify the crystals in the environment, right? There's crystals
Slimy
everywhere,
bass.
and they shine, and they're nice and pretty. So in my mind, it kind of offsets the kind of sinister undertone of the track to have a really pretty soft mallet instrument playing along with the marimba. You can see how it's combined there with the melody, and then it gets its own spot here being a counter melody.
Hey, go get food, go get
and it
drinks.
eventually gets a full focus right here. It's nice and soft. It offsets the
I like how
marimba
it has
really
a
well,
little
and emblematic of the
earring.
crystals in this environment, which is its signature look. All the while that we have all these other instruments playing, we have a really sinister, gross kind of choir in the background.
Gross? That sounds good. I
Those
like
chords are very important to this song. You'll hear them over and over. Now, the effect stack that I used to build that is on top of a basic choir from Contact again. And you can see here that there's only 3 plugins being used, and all of them actually are default with FL Studio. Gross Beat was the first thing I applied to chop the sound a little bit more and modulate when its volume goes up and down. Then I added some reverb to kind of give it that spacious effect of being in a larger environment like a cave. And finally, I added a phaser on it and chose a preset here that kind of mangles the sound beyond its original recognition. So I'll turn each one of these on as I play the loop. Watch these 3 orange dots and see what the different plugins will do to the sound here. The effect stacks that I use are pretty simple in my opinion, and I think you can get a lot of mileage out of a lot of default stuff that is included with your software. You'll hear this voice make a recurrence in the song and then eventually in the next one as well. Sometimes it ends up being part of the chords and sometimes it's just ambience. The staircase effect on this audio kind of gives it that idea of slowly progressing towards a deeper and deeper part of the cave. So I chose a couple more sounds to identify parts of the caves that do not belong to Peglin, like in the beginning of the song.
I like how he's a PNG
you can hear some
tuber
tuned
explaining this.
and a synth line, both again from Massive and Contact. Those are 2 of my favorite plugins, and you'll see them being used quite a bit during Peglin.
And like how he turns around when he's showing things. That's adorable. He's just a little guy.
You'll hear the marimba come in quite frequently after the stage elements have been present in the music. The reason I do that all the time is just to represent Peglin slowly gaining more confidence about the environment that they're in, right? There's a little bit of fear, and that eventually transitions to curiosity and then discovery. That's kind of the motif that I use throughout most of the soundtrack, is a story of becoming more comfortable with your environment and then trying to make your own presence in it. It feels a lot like someone's own personal journey, and I try to replicate the feeling of that through the music as much as I can. This is another point to the instruments from the forest, the more Peglin-ish area of the game, being corrupted with different sounds. So we have the Melodion track from the forest, and it's actually being corrupted with a brand new saxophone line, a baritone saxophone to be specific, both of which are from Contact. I'll let you listen to that here. The saxophone is unique to the Mines, but the Melodion actually makes an appearance in most of the Peglin-centric songs, so the Forest, the Encyclopedia, and other things like that. The reason that I keep adding different instruments to the pre-existing ones is to demonstrate the corruption of Peglins, which if you've played the game, you'll know that many of the enemies within it actually are Peglin adjacent and have either been corrupted or possessed in some way.
Spoiler.
And as Peglin is discovering that, there's a certain level of familiarity, but also uncomfortability. That's where we get this synth layer added to the bass. That's where we get the Melodion being layered with the saxophone, and it kind of pushes that idea more. Now, for one of my favorite tracks in the game, I wanted to show you a little bit of the boss theme of the Mines, which could represent one of any 3 final bosses of the game, but it does represent the end of the journey for Peglin as it is right now. So this boss theme really cranks up the heat, and immediately you can tell right when the bass starts going wild, right? The bass is moving quicker than it ever has before in the game. And because it is so iconic to the mines to be focused on the bass, I really wanted to highlight that during this boss theme.
Oh, that sounds good. That's a really nice sounding bass.
One of the final elements actually added to this track was the choir stabs, where I got a plugin. It's from Spitfire Audio. It's called Originals Epic
It
Choir.
is say what this game is about.
Short
No,
staccato
but
syllable sounds that I found really, really interesting.
all of these games
they
are
get
on
randomized
Steam.
as I use them, so they actually end up being different without me having to modulate them at all on my own.
I also couldn't explain to you what.
You'll hear them a lot through the song, and they kind of lend a more like
what it's about,
powerful and
because I'm not
dramatic feel to the
100%
song.
sure.
I'm sure you had an idea that choirs would do that to
Or
a
how it
song,
is.
and this is the finality of Peglin, right? That's why I ended up using it in this song and not in any others. The drums are actually the exact same kit all the way through the game. Every song from the very beginning of the forest to the end of the mines uses the same drum kit exactly. I ended up choosing this to make sure that the feel was consistent between those few instruments that were iconic to Peglin, but it goes way harder near the end of the game.
We're getting an ad starting soon, by the way. Right now.
Now that you've had a chance to understand the process that goes into these songs, I'll just give you a second to listen to it. Thank you so much for stopping by and listening. I really appreciate it. I hope this was both educational and maybe a little bit of fun at the same time too.
Yay.
This is Crashdroid from Red Nexus Games. Have yourself a good one. Enjoy the rest of Save and Sound 2024.
You want to play so many games, but you don't know if you... Hey, he's doing a little wave in the corner. Aww. He's waving. I'm waving too. Look at the little goblins. Oh, they're so cute. Normally, I don't really find goblins cute, but these goblins are cute. We want to play so many games, but you know if you should wait until you actually get a better
my
PC.
name is Lucien.
Mm.
I'm the composer and sound designer of the upcoming game Henry Halfhead, and
my name is Riggy, and I'm here to help Lucia perform a few songs for you.
Henry Halfhead is all about a quirky sandbox game. As Henry, you can basically possess a lot of objects in the game. For example, you can be an apple, but you can also play as a paper plane or maybe as an apple seed. It's up to you. It's all about being a playful person, having access to your playful mind, and I think this is really important for us human beings. That's also why we are playing music, because we like playing music. So we have adapted some songs of the soundtracks that we can basically just perform them for you guys live. We hope you're gonna enjoy our
The window. I like how you call curtains window carpets.
Have a good night, evening, or day. Bye.
Hey, the t-shirt was cool. It's curtains.
I'm gonna be a bat or an electric fan. I'm gonna be a plum and flying so I can simply be anything.
This is not what I was expecting either. It kind of reminds me of some Collective stuff. And he also sounded Norwegian when he was counting down. I don't know if he said 1, 2, 3, or what he did, but it just sounded like he was counting in Norwegian. Wait, no Carpus is canon now, though? You said that before, right? As well. And we talked about it, but I think it's funny, but in a good way. Okay, I'm not mocking you. I think it's cute. You have, yeah. Hey Trownsy, how you doing? How you doing? Hey, you have a new emote. I like it, dude. That's a cool emote. Oh, let me give you shouty outy. You feeling good? How you put this special music event thing in Discord and mention I was streaming it? Oh, that's really nice of him. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I'm pretty good.
I'm an apple. Apple, apple.
What?
I'm an apple. Apple, apple. I'm an apple. Apple, apple. I'm an apple. Apple, apple. I'm gonna be the key. I'm gonna be the key. I'm gonna be the key. I'm gonna be the key.
I think he wants to be a key, though.
I can simply be anything. Let me just possess anything. Because I'm Henry Halfhead. Yeah.
He's an apple that wants to be a key. He can be anything. He can possess anything, too. It's like an acid trip, but a good one. I like his t-shirt, though. It seems very fun to just mess around like this, though. Okay, now the music is cute. It's a little Stardewy. Yeah, maybe a little bit. Maybe a little bit. Vaguely damp. Yeah. I was like, I don't know how to describe this, but I like this type of synth as well as but I don't know how to yeah, how to describe it. Also, we're gonna do another giveaway in 10 minutes. Yeah, the lamp has eyes too. Everything has eyes. Eyes open, lights off type synth. It's like... I don't know how, but I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. For some reason. Yeah, and the drums. Look at the little Game Boy. Oh, I guess it's not a little, it's just a regular Game Boy, but... Is that like the set list they have on the...
Thank you so much for watching. That was all from us, and it would mean a lot to us if you would wishlist Henry Halfhead on Steam, and also follow us on Twitter, Lulu Games, or at Lucien Guy Montandon. We had a pleasure to play here, and have a nice time. Bye.
I guess it does kind of give a French
That was
vibe.
wonderful. You know, Kate, have you ever heard someone call another person acoustic? Does that mean they're musically good? Anyway, Arranger is on sale, and their soundtrack is also on sale. Nights in Tight Spaces has a demo up right now. Tiny Glade is on sale, and Peglin is also on sale. So just
Everything
a
is on
reminder,
sale.
there's about 70 to 80 games on sale on the Steam event, all of them being previous or current Save and Sound participants. So please do yourself and your ears a favor and go check them out.
We'll kick the next block off with our fellow Albo-based developers, Syndicate Games, and a debut game, Glum, where you do a lot of kicking. They prepared an upbeat performance for us of the game's soundtrack. After that, we have Celestial Return,
Gonna be
a
kicking
sci-fi
some drums,
noir RPG
maybe?
by Metaphor Games, with a dark and energetic performance. Next up, we have Headley's Run, a Starship Saga, a thrilling roguelike space shooter with an audio deep dive into the game's intense combat music. Then, we've got Rightfully Barry Arms, a violently cute bullet hell roguelike with a dynamic
gonna
concept
give
and
that
a
away.
deep dive into the game's soundtrack. Coming up next is Mixed Universe, a musical sandbox game where its creator Chris Zuko makes a music track from scratch. We'll end this block with Escape from Ever After by Sleepy Castle Studios, a magical, story-rich RPG and a deep dive into its jazzy soundtrack. Now, sit back, enjoy the ride.
Why was she so awkward? Yeah, the subs are not working. I'm just gonna turn them off. Are these also Danish people? There's so many Danish people today. Wait. What was that? Was that like a rain stick that he kissed? I don't know. Hey Craig, how you doing? Are you done with your errands? No, don't kick the... No, don't kick the chicken! You have finished errands, now making pasta. Nice. It just says wishlist glum behind him. I just like how normal everyone seems. In all of these presentations. They're all just silly little guys. Parkour. It looks kind of fun though. No, poor chicken. Leave the chicken alone. Oh. No, stop cooking the chicken. It looks so silly in this game, but I kind of like it. I just wish it wasn't first person because that I can't play it then. Oh. Going all out now. How many times do you think they started laughing doing that? It was a didgeridoo, yeah. Yeah, I was like, is that a rain stick? But I guess that was close enough. I also forgot what it was called. I had a friend once who really wanted a didgeridoo. And she also loved saying it in a very Norwegian accent. Didgeridoo! Welcome back, Palm! I like how he has a different cap for every clip. And he has the Steam page open as well, just to like solidify. It's on Steam. You can wishlist it. I kind of want to wishlist it though. Didgeridoo. Yeah, exactly. I feel like they've done a lot of them have done a really good job presenting their games and stuff so far. Is it in early access now? Oh no, is he carving his face? I don't even know why I continued to make the sound after I wasn't scared anymore. Well, that scared me. Paul. Thank you for the sound bite. What happened? It was just a sound effect. It wasn't me. Well, I mean, it was me, but it was like just a recording. This is going to pop up. You can feel it. Dude, I like the aesthetic of some of these artworks, though. Some of them look like the fairies from Brian Froud as well, which was really cool. Specifically the ones that looked like they were hand painted. You know these? Well, not that one, but some of the other ones. build of the choir in the background. Looks and sounds super cool, but some of the images are a bit too much for you. I think that's why I like it, because I like the vibes. Oh, I thought it would be building up to something really heavy. Coral stuff is coral. So yeah, it is. You fried 4 eggs and 3 sandwiches and it fucking slaps. Nice. You would not be able yourself. That's fair. That's how I feel about horror games as well. I love watching other people play them. I don't love playing them myself. Coral, yeah. The details on those arms, it was like there were tiny masks on it. Yo. I just love a good bass. I don't know what it is. It's just there's just something about bass sounds. You love a good egg. You're a good egg, Palm. Love yourself. Has the drummer got an Elden Ring tattoo? Oh, it looks like it. It looks like the rune.
So we have a plan.
It looks cool. I don't know if it's my type of game though, but it looks cool. Like I like the vibes and aesthetics.
Strange things are happening every day. Hier kom groot kak translates directly as here comes big shit. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So just layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and onions of layers of story.
Bass is the best. Based brown notes.
Outside. Anyway, thank you for watching.
I like the sound of this too. Ooh. Okay, this looks cool. I didn't even have to look for very long, but this looks cool.
Right. So, hello, everyone. This is the deep dive of our boss fight trek for Hattie's Run. And it's called Opskop, which is an Afrikaans word. Opskop, how do I describe it? It's
Opskop.
Like a party where people will probably end up fighting a little bit with each other. But yeah, let me just play some music first. Here we go.
The bass that you can feel vibrating in your soul.
So, I use a lot of samples, like this one.
Okay, I like this already.
Sitar instrument. Okay, so that Ashmin, what you're hearing is me counting in Sumerian, one of the oldest languages in the world.
Oh, Sumerian.
Because we
The
have
devil's
3
language now.
galaxies, and they all have their own vibe. And one of the galaxies is a very ancient galaxy known as the Ezdian galaxy. So I wanted to reflect that ancientness.
Not lurking, just onioning.
Music.
I appreciate the lurk.
So you can hear this. That's African chanting. So it's like, I found these like African Zulu chanting samples online. I would go and record actual people chanting in Zulu if I was in my own country, but I'm not. I'm in the Arctic and I'm not even with my team. So it's been quite a thing doing all of this with my team.
I like this game.
All the way in the south of the planet, and I am all the way on the north of the planet. You can ask me about it if you'd like, but it's a very long story and I only have a few minutes to do in this deep dive with everyone. We do what we can, and yeah, I just used a lot of these like really cool songs that I found, and a little bit of MIDI here and there, and then also my synth, which I carried across the globe with me. It's very heavy though.
I like how normal and relatable everyone seems in this.
So here we have some of my synths coming in.
Space cabbage.
That's my boy. Yeah.
That sound, so good. I really love the soundtrack.
So, I mean, as you guys are probably noticing, I'm basically just showing you the music. And from my side, that was the biggest thing for me, was basically just to create something unique, create something musical that is not just like something, you know, some repetitive stuff that people have to listen to. Well, it is repetitive. It's supposed to put you in kind of like a flow state, but I like to have a lot of emotion, a lot of depth, a lot of symbolism in the music that people don't necessarily pick up on while they're playing, right? So, I mean, while you're playing, you're not necessarily going to notice that someone is saying the following while you are playing.
Time travel and space travel and black holes and time warp.
I already love the soundtrack.
See, I really like chopping things up. I like to chop things, like this area here.
Chop, chop.
See, lots of chopping of the little audio samples. A lot of people, you know, there's an app for that. There's like a filter or an effect or whatever for that. But I like to do things manually, so I become quite obsessed with chopping things up in this game. And it's funny because like while you compose, it's almost like, I don't know, like I get very immersed in the thing that I'm working with, and the game's vibe itself kind of like reflects in the way that I compose. So like the whole chopping things up and like the distorted, like jerked audio is also reflective of the story and of the gameplay itself, where you get thrown in and out of these like wormholes, right? That are kind of like chopped up pieces of time. This game has so many layers to it. Like it's like you have so much story that you will only uncover if you actually die. And if you play the game, like you have to, like every time you die, you go back into like into the wormhole,
back kind of where you started, but everything's then a little bit different. But the thing is the story is different as well. So there's like so much story. I couldn't believe it when I actually played the game finally. I realized like there's so many layers to the story. It's just layers and layers and layers and layers and layers and onions of layers of story. And it goes so deep, and it's subjective because it depends on like how many times you die, how much story you're going to uncover. And I guess it's the same with our country. It's like subjective. It's like you go there and every person will have a different experience. And there's so many languages and there's so many cultures and there's just so much. There's like, it's got a lot of muchness to it. So I think that's kind of what it is. And yet it's humble. And I think that's reflective of our game. It's like, it's a humble game, but it's got so much to it. Like every little part. I mean, even, you know, in my music, it's like, every small little piece.
It sounds so intriguing.
You know, and has a muchness to it. The main kind of home world is based around Johannesburg, which is in South Africa, if you didn't know. And South Africa is a very, 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 very diverse country with many, many different languages, one of them being Afrikaans. And so I say a bit of something in Afrikaans here, which is this. Which is translated, hier kom groot kak, translates directly as, here comes big shit. Yes, here comes big shit, which is the direct translation. Yeah, so once again, that like adding these kind of elements, story elements into the music. Yeah, for me, you know, it's all about the feeling. I think it's all about the feeling. It's all about creating a feeling where the person feels like they've got drive, like energized, and they just want to like keep going, and they don't want to stop, and they just like, right? I mean, that's the whole point.
Chris.
I just want to create the right emotion for the player. A bit of chopping up there.
Dude, this is so cool. I already want this game.
Anyway, it's all about just doing things we love. Just like making things that we love making.
Mice
Because
slapped.
I will never stop making
Wait,
music.
chips.
Even all the obstacles that you get through, you know, like there's not enough money, or you don't have enough resources, or you're in the middle of nowhere, or nobody loves you. All these things play a part in why we can or cannot get things done.
Rightfully bear your arms.
If you truly love doing something, nothing can take you away from that. Lasse loves making games. Romy loves animating. Liam loves writing stories, and I love making music, and that's why
It looks so good too.
And I guess that's why no matter what happens, we'll just never stop doing that. And I'm so grateful that this team chose me to work with them. My birds back in South Africa. Shout out to my team. Best team ever. Yeah, keep making the shit that you love to make. And don't ever apologize for making the shit you love to make.
Damn right.
Out. Bye.
I like her. And I like the game. I love the music too. I want that. I'm gonna give away this game. You can start the giveaway right away. I have a copy of this to give away. Let's do it now. Do it. If you're interested in this game that they're showing right now, type in ! raffle. It's open for 20 minutes. Anyone can enter as long as you're following. Don't have to be subbed or anything like that. And you can also be a mod. Any of my mods can also enter all the giveaways if you want to. That was a kazoo. Yeah, I'm vibing. Every great composition needs a kazoo. This game looks cute. I looked at it on Steam. Looks cute. Hey Robin, how you doing? Happy Monday. We're currently having a giveaway for the game they're showing right now. Just type in this, I was gonna say Seraffle because I'm so used to Sarah having that, but it's raffle. Exclamation point raffle. I just associate the word raffle with Sarah now because of that.
Hey everybody, I'm Garrett Rose, the composer for Daylight Basement's upcoming release, Rightfully Bury Arms. It's a goofy, bullet hell, shoot 'em up roguelite with a ton of irony and nostalgia. The track you just listened to is from the second dungeon of the game, The Docks. I wanted to do a little deep dive on the inspiration and goals for this music and how it functions in the game. So as I mentioned, this game plays a whole lot with nostalgia, whether it be in the character design, the setting aesthetics, or in my case, the music. And this dungeon in particular was a fun one because it was a reference to the classic East Coast fishing towns. And that's a super fun setting because as a kid, it's still got some creepy elements to it, even if it is a classic New Englander vacation spot. And because of that balance of creepy and wholesome, I'm able to use that as a really good launching off point for inspiration. So for this track in particular, I was able to look at references like Irish jigs, classic sea shanties, and then couple that with the hard-hitting soundtracks of people like Darren Korb and the textures of nautical cartoons like Flapjack and SpongeBob.
Love me good sea shanty.
By attempting to balance those sounds, I can make something that exists in a world of true childlike adventure, which is surrounded by the unknowns of the adult world. With those inspirational touchstones in my back pocket, I then had to figure out how to maximize my music. How can I write a short tune and be able to use it in a billion different ways? To do this, I actually wrote two melodies that sit on top of one another. There's first the Irish jig. And then the simplified sea shanty. These two ideas can be played together or apart, and then with the added variation of the rock-style music bed, the possibilities are pretty abundant. One of my favorite things about these variations is what happens when you get to the implementation stage. For example, what happens when you fire a weapon, what happens when the room is cleared, how can I maintain excitement for the player, all those kinds of questions.
It is a big bee.
In this dungeon, the music is always remixing and varies between being a tavern-style jig with standard instruments to an 8-bit frenzy with a steady backbeat. And ideally, the music doesn't get annoying and the variation adds interest and curiosity for the player. So that's basically the quick and dirty version of what's under the hood for this track, but there's so much more to say. Go ahead and give our game a shot. It's out now in early access and player feedback has been really huge. Check it out and enjoy the tunes, and thanks for listening.
And if you liked that game, you can enter the raffle to maybe win the game. Look, there's a fox! It's a me in the game. Well, I don't smoke though. I don't have a
happy
mustache.
to be here for Saving Sound, and yeah, my name is Zuko, and I'm the creator of Mix Universe, this musical sandbox game, which I'm going to play today and just make a mix from scratch. So all these individual nodes you can see here make sounds, and I can edit them, and we'll be playing around with all the different things that you can do in the game as we go. So starting off, we have something like this. Actually, not too bad for auto-generated. Kind of feel like a little bit more synthy today. Maybe a little too long.
Love me a good synth.
Okay. So we'll go ahead and I'm
Synth.
just gonna select all of the terrain and get rid of it, and then we'll move all this stuff around. So now we have just this. And what I kind of want to do is just mess around and see if there's some sort of. I'm actually gonna turn snapping on and see if we got something cool.
So you just
here.
make music in the game itself? It's actually so cool.
I kind of like. So, and then I'll link these together and move them over. And
I kind of want it then.
And we'll go a little lower.
Thank you, Ryan.
I kind of dig this. I'll take this.
This is a
and
fun
then we'll
concept. I
transpose
agree. I love that.
I'm gonna stack them, I think.
We have 13 minutes on the giveaway left.
Cool. You see how quickly you can kind of have fun just by transposing the different starting beats of things. I'm gonna go ahead and see if I can get that like a dun 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 dun.
Interesting.
So one of the really cool things that you can do is you can add effects to everything. So I can add reverb, and then I can even just make the duration longer for all of the notes. Kind of dig that. So I'm going to bring in a simple kick. So these are just kind of the basics.
This is so
Which
cool.
obviously
I
you
want
a
it.
little bit more than that. This sound. What does that sound like?
That was moist.
Eee. So now I have this. What we can
That's
do.
a moist sound.
Yeah, I like that.
Well, that was a slapping sound if I ever heard one. It's like the frog music. Dude, I want this. Dude,
The thing that I'm
there's
going to try to do
so
is
many
a
things I want
really
here
neat
now.
effect where you take these and stack them, so it goes like a.
This is so
More.
cool.
Move it down, down, and then up again. That's pretty cool.
I need this. I actually do need this.
I think it turned out pretty sweet.
Oh, just she's purring in the mic. This is a slippery slope to being a
Wait,
synth
where's the other
wanker, you're afraid.
layers?
Well,
Whoa.
is that a bad thing? Before you know, you will have a box used for making alien parts. No! Speaking from experience, yeah. We have a PlayStation 2 disc trance game called Res, where the music becomes more rhythmic and complex as you fly through the levels. Nice. It has a free demo. Ooh, go check it out, guys, on Steam. And yeah, don't forget all the games that they're showing. The names are in the bottom left corner. I'm just saying in case anyone is on mobile and they can't see it.
And that's it. That's the mix that we made today. All from scratch.
Can you hear her?
And yeah, all the layers are toggleable.
They're also available on the website.
I wanted to change like the lead off.
You gotta have talent to play this. Hey, you can mess around as you go, and you will. I think you will probably learn as you go. I don't think anyone will know how to do this before they just start. You know. Obviously, knowing some stuff from before probably helps, but. Oh, she's purring into the mic.
Thanks for checking out the vibes, and hopefully this inspires you to make something in Mixed Universe. That would be awesome. So whatever you post, you can post it on Discord or whatever, and I'll take a look at it. And you can upload it to the workshop, and everybody else can take a look at it too. So have a good day.
I like how some of them are so either shy or awkward. This is cute! I don't want to play as a human, though. There's a dragon. I want to play as the dragon. Okay, you can't play as the dragon. Big fan of that concept, same. Everything here is on Steam. This whole event is by Steam. So everything is on Steam, and everything that you see here is also on sale right now. So if you see in the title, it's yeah, it's called Save and Sound, a music festival on Steam. So everything is related to Steam. And the good kind of Paper Mario. I never played any of the Paper Mario games, but you can play as a not human. That's good. Unless the game's not out yet, yeah. Yeah, so either you can buy it already, or you can wishlist it. Steam is so wonderful, plus you got a Steam Deck. Oh, I want a Steam Deck too. And most of the games here are also indie games, if not all of them. Actually, I don't know if there are any that aren't indie games. But they tend to work really well on the Steam Deck as well, as long as they're supported. So I feel like a lot of these games are probably really good for Steam Deck. Steam Decks are great, yeah, especially if you have it collecting dust like Scoot is. What material would I be made out of? I can't say that I've given that any thought before, so I can't say. Leaves, of course? Yeah. Could be, yeah. Rotting leaves. It is autumn after all, you know? Oh, this is nice music. What is that sound? I like that. Never going to live that down. Nope. No! At least you know how to avoid me. Sounds like a hurdy-gurdy. I think it was just an electronic sound, but I don't know for sure. I have to say though, I know this is a very unpopular opinion. I'm not a fan of saxophones. I am not a fan of saxophones. I don't know, that's not an opinion a lot of people have, but... Not even Careless Whisper? No, I don't like that song. You fucking hate the sax? Thank you, Chris. I think you're the only other person who has said that. I don't know any other person who has said that besides me. So thank you. It's too much. And it also makes me sad because it reminds me of like...
And we're back! Glum, Celestial Return,
Depression.
Headley's Run, Rightfully Bury Arms, Mixed Universe, and Escape from Hereafter all have a demo for you to play. On top of that, Headley's Run and Rightfully Bury Arms have a sale going on, so check them out. What is up next, Hans?
Wait a second. When was the last time that you drank water? Yeah, you, at home. Water check right now. You know, it's important to stay hydrated.
It's true.
And also, maybe it's time for our first giveaway. The lovely people over at Elgato, they've blessed us once more with a sponsor segment, this time with the whole Neo product lineup. They're plug-and-play tools for pro-level sound, video, and control with a nifty Stream Deck Neo at the heart of it all. So they're giving away a Stream Deck Neo, a Wave Neo, a Facecam Neo, a Keylight Neo, and a Game Capture Neo, all in one package. And you can enter this giveaway through the form that we're linking in chat right now. Just as a note, this is like a single, we're not counting, you know, multiple entries, so that everybody has a singular fair chance.
Hey, I want it.
So thank you again to Elgato for sponsoring the giveaway, but also sponsoring this whole segment. Next up, we have Starstruck Hands of Time, a game that describes itself as a story-rich rhythm adventure game where you play guitar and you abuse time.
Oh, there it is.
They'll be performing music from the game.
I'm
Then we have
copying it because I'm
Fruitbus
gonna
with an
put it
audio
in a
deep
different
dive
window.
on the game's audio systems, and then we'll check out Tiny Bookshop that has a little cozy concert for us. For the second half of the block, we'll be checking out Shapes 2, which is a recent indie hit, and they'll be showcasing some neat audio design tricks.
And I'm posting it here
then
as well.
Then it's time for Cabernet, which will be discussing the philosophy behind the game, and we'll finish up the entire segments with Angel, a breakbeat-infused adventure. See you on the other side.
But yeah, I think, Palm, the only time that I actually like the saxophone is in the midnight songs as well. Stop. I'm trying to type. Also, the giveaway is almost ending for us as well here. For the game. Hold on. I can't focus on two things at the same time. Hold on. I'm just gonna move this one over here. I have a cat in front of me, so it's very difficult for me to type. You can no longer enter the raffle, which means we're gonna pick a winner. We're gonna pick a winner. Are you guys ready? Ready? Soda is the winner! Congrats! Hold on, let me get you the key. Let me get you the key. Let's see. Rightfully Berry Arms. So Dot. Let me find you in the chat. There you are. I'm whispering into you now. There we go. There you go. Love me good cello. But you're welcome, Suda. I was about to cough. You can't process audio for shit, so music is not your strong suit. I feel like I'm the same way when it comes to taste. Like the sense of a taste. But not when it comes to music. Has anyone had an opportunity to orchestrate? You had an after-school project where you composed and got to have your completed piece played at a community college orchestra event? Oh, that's really cool. No, I don't think no, I'm pretty sure I can say with certainty that I have not had that happen.
My name is Alexander Winter, and I'm the composer for Krillbite.
This is also a Norwegian game. Krillbite is a Norwegian.
Normally, people know me as an EDM producer and DJ, and I'm usually make very bombastic electronic music. But scoring for movies and games has always been like a huge passion for me. So I was really grateful to be able to create the soundtrack for this game. I've worked on games in the last decade because I have a lot of passion for creating games, scores, and soundtracks. Early on, I was only brought on to make the music for the reveal trailer. As the devs sat with that trailer tune over time, they felt it represented the game so well that they hired me to do the full soundtrack.
That's cute.
So in the game, the player is driving a truck around on different islands, collecting fruits and making dishes for the locals. It's a game about exploration and relaxation.
Exploration, relaxation.
Behind the cozy open world experience, there's a lot of story about family and drama that's taking place. You inherit the fruit bus you're driving from a family member and go on a road trip through different continents and cultures to fulfill your grandma's last wishes. So it's a lot of heart beneath all the apples and bananas. And for me as a composer, the drama and the emotions are a great way for me to help tell the story with the developers.
This is really cute. This was one of the games that I decided to keep for myself, by the way. It was because it was a Norwegian game, so I felt like I want this.
Koji Kondo and Katsumi Tokata. They're veteran Nintendo composers, but I really like how they can transform very established sound like Latin, jazz, or fusion and transform it into a video game soundtrack that's very palatable for the player. They create very catchy compositions, and I think that's super important, even if it's background music. that it sticks out a little bit and you remember. The direction I had when I started was Ennio Morricone mixed with Todd Tadia, which is a retro house electronica producer.
Tadia, yeah.
Kind of took that and mixed it with the lo-fi hip-hop wave that's been going on the last decade. It's very important as a composer on a video game that's this cartoony and strong visually to have an instrument palette. Like a painter chooses colors, instruments that are used in different songs, again, to get a cohesive sound across the compositions. Incidental music, underscoring the emotion and the background, and diegetic music, playing from the radios and speakers. Those were the two types of music I was composing for this game. I also produced a bunch of radio tracks for the player to enjoy while cruising around and exploring. And the most fun was composing the story music, the emotional, incidental music. It really helps connecting the player to a fictional character and setting. And I wanted the music to feel sweet, endearing, a little sad, but also rewarding and uplifting.
Firefox, yeah. We are watching.
The sound they
Firefox
wanted
as
was
well.
clear from the beginning. The audio director for Fruit Buzz, Martin Kvale, was very adamant about this 70s analog,
Martin Kvale was the
lo-fi,
dude from
quirky sound he was looking for.
Tiny Glade.
There's a lot of hissing, tape noise,
At least he had the
warmth
same
to the
name.
production. But I wasn't alone in making all the music here. Martin Kvale is not just a brilliant sound designer, he's also made some additional music to the game. He's been working on this game for years before I came on. So I basically took care of the main themes and worked on the emotional aspect of the game. As a composer, it's great to work on a game with such emotional width. From small, tiny moments to big moments. One of the contributions I had to the game was me and my daughter was playing ukulele in her room, and I came up with this little riff. I suggested to make a little character that's like a troubadour, or like a street musician, standing on a corner playing a little bit. And then later in the game has this big moment where they get to shine on stage playing the tune that I wrote.
It seems like a really cute and wholesome game. A package for me?
I thought it would create a good addition to the quirky
ship.
atmosphere of the game and also add a little bit more of like a unnecessary addition, which I think as a player myself enjoy finding those. This whole process was a very collaborative process. Even though I had a lot of freedom, there was very clear direction, and also there were other people composing additional music as well. I had a lot of freedom to create what I wanted, but the game really was telling me what to do because of the strong writing in the game. It was really helpful to create a strong musical identity. One of the biggest characters in the game is the player's grandma.
Grandma?
And she gives you her fruit bus to kind of carry on her legacy as a nomad fruit chopper ninja. That character had so much emotion. It was so fun to compose for her specifically, and her interaction with the player. I don't know, there's something very cinematic about family within a game. It's not that often that you get such a heartfelt and tight relationship between the player and another fictional character. And the music has a lot to do with connecting you to that character. Also, the player's mother is also another character that was really fun to create music for. And I tried to use the grandma's identity music to make a genetic similarity to the mom's theme so that they both could play together in the end. For each island as well, I also created some more ambient versions of the main theme for the island, so that when you're driving around to special locations, like a viewpoint or a unique place, there will be some cues from the main theme from the island. And repeat themes, I think, is super important in games and movies, because it really helps you role play that area, that specific moment, because those characters are supposed to have been there for their whole lives, and you just came in here for an hour or two. So the music is kind of helping filling in a lot of those gaps that the player isn't emotionally aware of. And I think that's what's cool about music. It really helps fill in the gaps and be the mortar between the bricks in an emotional experience within video games. So I hope you enjoy Fruit Buzz and the music I composed and produced for it. It's some of the most fun I've ever had is to compose music for video games. It's amazing.
Sounds really nice. I really enjoyed that. You're starting to finish Bear and Breakfast. You haven't played that in ages. Oh, I remember hearing about this game a long time ago, but I haven't heard anything about it recently. You wish there was more insight on or behind the scenes stuff like this for more stuff. It's so cool. For specific things. Yeah, I've already snoozed the ad once, so I figured this was a good point to let it happen anyway.
Hi, I'm Raven. I'm the artist and sound designer on a game called Tiny Bookshop. Tiny Bookshop is, as you guessed it, a game about running a tiny bookshop on wheels, no less. This one right here.
Oh, it's right. I didn't even see that.
It's a light management game with a lot of charming characters, beautiful locations to visit, and of course also a lot of books. So if that sounds like your cup of tea, you can try out the demo on Steam. Game comes out in 2025.
I'm gonna check on my phone to see.
Alright, I'm gonna play you a couple more songs from the
On
soundtrack.
Steam.
I hope that sounds good to you, and here's the next one.
I don't have enough monitors to check everything that I want to check. Because Steam is on the monitor that I'm playing the stream. Because I can't check there. That is, Tiny has not lied. It's true. It's true. Yeah, I have this in my wish list as well. That was like, I think I also have this in my wish list. And I do. Oh, start playing on my phone. Well, I do have more monitors, I just don't have room for them. No, I have two. I have two monitors that I'm using right now. I just have the ultra wide that I'm using as two monitors, but then I also have my drawing pad that I use as one monitor. So technically two, but they function as three. But that still isn't enough right now for everything that I have going on. You also have Fruit Buzz wishlisted. I am gonna have to go through all of the ones that have been on the schedule today and wishlist the ones that I don't have wishlisted yet. Do you have a bigger drawing pad then? Well, it's a decent size. I don't know how many inches it is, but that's what I... Oh, I was like, what? I don't know why, but him popping up in the corner there kind of scared me. Yeah, so I have my stream manager on Twitch on my drawing pad right now. And all the other tabs that I need for giveaways and stuff like that. And then I have OBS on this side to see you guys chatting and stuff as well.
Alrighty, thanks for watching. I hope you tried the demo, and I wish you a great time with the rest of the stream. Bye-bye.
Oh, just a sheet left. The only monitor now is a big TV, but sometimes you will cast it to you from a laptop
Hello and
for
welcome to an
multi-screening.
audio deep dive of Shapes 2.
Shapes
My
2.
name is Petter Semelius, also known as Pepsen, and I'm the composer for Shapes.
That's a Swedish name if I ever heard of one.
In this video, I will focus on the music design, production, and the challenges I faced during development.
You risk
Shapes
us getting
2
this game
is a
so hard.
top-down factory building game where you extract and process geometric shapes in an endless space-themed universe.
This is
The shapes are delivered
I
into a
guess
central hub or vortex.
maybe
and
it's
the player
similar
needs
to
to deliver
Factorio.
increasingly complex shapes to progress. The vortex will always give the player a new shape to deliver once a request has been fulfilled.
It is kind of like
making the
A4,
game
yeah,
essentially
around.
endless.
I guess that is a
The game has no
Similar
combat, no
size.
levels, no real narrative either, or anything you'd normally use as a condition to switch music. This is why we decided to keep the implementation fairly simple, similar to the original Shapes game.
You're waiting for the Factorio DLC to drop.
The
before you
first
picked up
Shapes game had very
Hmm.
limited possibilities in terms of
Shape
implementation, as it was initially a browser game. The game could only handle one music track during gameplay that played in a loop. So what I did was stitch tracks together into one long track with seamless transitions in between, something similar to a DJ mix. And while Shapes 2 had more options in terms of implementation, we figured continuing with this simple track-based playlist made sense. Feedback for the music in Shapes was very positive, and there was no real reason to overcomplicate things in the sequel without having a clear idea of how to improve it. Sometimes it's better to keep it simple and focus on the music itself.
That's
The
very
first
true.
Shapes did not have a theme, and I had the freedom to come up with whatever I thought worked for the game. This included classic instruments like piano, bass, guitar, and drum kit.
Slightly smaller than
The soundtrack
A5.
already
Isn't
had
that
some
like half
electronic
of
elements,
A4?
but it was mostly acoustic. For Shapes 2, this needed to change. I could not keep the acoustic part, and it sometimes even had a jazzy sort of sound that didn't really fit
Good
well
luck and have fun on the game.
with the
Thank you so
space
much,
theme of
Robin.
Shapes
I hope
2.
you have a good rest of your day.
I wanted to tap into the
Thank you for
expectations
stopping
people
by.
have when playing a sci-fi game, but still keep the essence of the initial shape score. This included adding spacious pads,
Let's see.
synth arpeggios, and a lot of movement through automation.
Yeah, I didn't check to see all the
A
games
general
were
feeling
on the
of
site.
floating and
That's cool.
vastness was something I was aiming for, while still keeping a rhythmic element at times. Adding drums to certain parts to represent the factory that's always moving, never sleeping, but also having calm moments, uplifting, and giving a feeling of safety, since there isn't any danger in this game. The biggest challenge was to find the right balance between foreground and background. Piquing interest here and there, but mostly working as an ambience or mood setter. I didn't want the music to take focus, but I still wanted it to feel present and something the player could stop and listen to if they wanted to. The music is fairly simple in terms of music theory and rhythm, as I wanted it to feel familiar and safe. Most of the tracks are in minor and with a 4/4 beat and do not really deviate. I instead
Interesting.
created variation, movement, and interest through processing. Automating volume, filter, reverb, panning, and delay, which was also the most important effect for this project. Let me show you an example of how I used delay. In this track, I have an ARP melody which sounds like this. As you can hear, it already has quite a lot of ping pong delay. And to make it even more pronounced, I added compression at the end after the delay to enhance the delay even more. But we don't stop there. We add more. So during this whole section,
There's also a page for this
I have
entire event
another
on
delay,
Steam itself.
which
You wanna do it in
slowly
Discord?
increases in mix value.
It says partnered
until
creators, and I'm not
we
on
reach
there, but I'm
100% mix
supposed to be.
value. And
I see
the delay
April is
has now
here, but
taken
she had to
over. The
cancel, so
delay
she's
is now
not.
the new
She's
main
here,
scene,
but she's not doing the
pushing
stream.
the whole melody forward.
But I don't know
a
why I'm
slight
not
bit,
here. I should be here.
And in that sense, creating a new melody, because it's not the same rhythm anymore. And this is what I tried to do throughout the whole soundtrack.
I don't know why,
I tried
though.
to be creative with processing and make it sound even more spacier and like everything is moving and it's not really organized. But that was something I was trying to do for the whole soundtrack. The biggest difference between Shapes and Shapes 2 is the added third dimension. This is why I wanted to rely heavily on delay, and specifically ping pong delay, as well as automating panning to increase the sense of
that's
stereo
weird.
movement.
I don't know
in
why.
an effort to make the soundtrack feel more 3D than the soundtrack for the first game. One of the challenges I faced during production were coming up with new, interesting ideas that fit the mood and palette I had chosen to follow. It was very easy to drift away from the intended mood, and the fact that I needed to compose over an hour of music with the same sort of style was sometimes difficult. I had to scrap multiple ideas because I strayed too far from the intended mood. Another challenge
Yeah, no
was
clue
to
what
not
you're supposed to do in game, but it does look cool.
Sometimes I tinkered with the track for too long and actually made it worse. I'm never truly happy with my tracks, and it's
I can't really deal with
hard
these
to
things.
know
I mean, it's
when a
like
track
it looks
can
interesting
be
in
improved
theory, but I
when
feel
it's
like I
time
just
to
get
let
stressed
go.
out.
Art is never finished, only abandoned. This was a brief overview of the countless
That's
hours
true.
of thought and work that went into the creation of the Shapes 2 soundtrack. I hope you have time to check out the game and the soundtrack on Steam. I also want to show you that my gear, this is all my gear by the way, is as boring as my background. Thank you for watching. Bye!
There's too much thing for you. Yeah, I actually had Factorio years ago, but I returned it. Like this is not for me.
I'm Jim Fowler, and I'm the composer on Cabernet from Party for Introverts. Again, my journey into writing music for video games was kind of circuitous. I started out playing jazz, went to music college.
Yeah, it's
a friend
not for
of
me.
mine was working at Sony, and they had just started SingStar. And from there, inside Sony, I began writing the menu music for SingStar, began helping out on other projects. From there, worked on all kinds of things, either as composer or orchestrator. The composer is the person who's, they're the source of the music. The orchestrator's job is taking what the composer's written and essentially putting it onto paper with dots. Arsini, one of the co-founders of Party for Introverts, and I worked together at PlayStation. A little later down the line, we both left to be freelance. I was speaking with Arsini, and he said he had this game coming up.
I think it's also because I don't really like the
interesting
way it
and fun.
looks.
I kind of threw my hat in the ring to work on it. I guess the first things that inspired the music were a kind of sadness, sort of Eastern European melancholy, and a kind of gentleness, despite it being a game about vampires. It's
That
some
was
of
a
that
very-
melancholy I think comes
very
through in
soundy
Liza's
sound.
Lullaby, which is kind of the source of a lot of where the music went. There's a something that just as a melody could
didn't like that
be
sound.
a nice bedtime song, sleepy song, but once it gets the harmonies on it, it begins to
Good
give it
sound. No, it's a
slight
gross
ambiguity,
sound.
So it's like a very strong harmony. There's a tension. There are
The bunny. No,
extensions
don't
on
eat the
all
bunny.
chords. Nothing feels quite settled. That was how I was trying to achieve that sense of melancholy. It was always just like this way or a touch that way, and it never quite makes it. In general, for the score, didn't want it to feel like a sort of pastiche Eastern European music. Sort of a lot of sevenths and ninth chords that you might have found in late romantic music, just to kind of give it a little feel of that, maybe some Rachmaninoff kind of ideas. So I suppose looking to borrow small ideas from composers around would have been around in that part of the world at that kind of time, just to give a little flavour of the time and space, but not draw you out of it and not to make you feel like it's pastiche music. Except, of course, for the
You opened Steam and first game recommended to you on main screen was Factorio. It knows. It knows.
Eastern European drinking song pastiche, but then that's kind of what's required there. For personal reasons so Anastasia, who's playing the cello in it, I got to record my oldest friend for that, who I've known since we were both 10. So I knew I was going to write that tune for him to play. That was really nice to get to do something together again, because we haven't had that much chance to do things together since we were at school musically. That's probably my favourite one, just because I got to record it with Dave. Capture your reaction to the game in music. Whether the game requires...
Why does that sound like Hollow Knight in a way?
Emotional journey, whether it requires action music or just needs to make you feel cool when you finished it. If you honestly respond to that musically, then that's always going to be effective and affecting. The unique thing about music for games is that the music isn't finished until someone plays the game. You make the music, you record it, you put it
Obviously
together.
not the same,
music
but
itself
similar.
isn't completely finished until someone plays it. Whether they know it or not, that they're kind of steering the musical ship to its final resting place.
Yeah, it sounded like the
There's a
resting
little
grounds as
repeated
well.
thing. So both Liza's
So him saying
Lullaby
resting place is like, yeah,
and
I know where you took
Dragomir,
the inspiration
both
from that.
Their melodies and themes start with 3 repeated notes, not the same rhythm. And the idea there was that although the melodies
There's nothing
go
bad
off in
about
different
that, by the way. I'm
directions and
just
they do different things
pointing it
throughout
out.
the game, the idea there was to link the two of them together and to just both musical ideas are born from the same idea of 3 repeated notes in the same way that they are very connected without being spoilery.
Ask me about my wiener!
Richard, no, we don't want to know about your penomorph.
Welcome to the audio deep dive for my game
Thank you, though.
Angel.
How you doing,
Angel
Richard?
is a rhythm racing adventure game set in the dying network of Echo. In this video, I'll discuss how audio is at the very core of Angel's mechanics. When building Angel, I began
Does
with
your
the
walk
desire
on now?
to imbue flow-state, high-speed racing with fast-paced and frenetic inputs. It might not be apparent in the gameplay,
Well, thank
but I
you
was
for
actually
the
very inspired by
the
the fast input games like Tetris and
walk
combo
on, I
input games
suppose.
like Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Of course, I wanted to marry this sort of gameplay with drum-focused rhythms and specifically
Hope you do
a
well.
breakbeat Y2K
Y2K.
era network aesthetic. In Angel, you play as a new AI learning model, instantiated into the dying network of Echo. The constant optimization of these AI algorithms has led to perfection in the network, and there is nothing left to learn. Therefore, the AI have begun to starve, and the network is experiencing its own extinction event, digital climate change. In your journey, the creation of new breakbeat patterns will bring much needed novelty to the stagnant network. But will this knowledge ignite a spark of renewal, or contribute to the ongoing optimized downfall? let's talk about the specific mechanics in Angel. Firstly, your role in the network is to obtain as much data as you can. This is how you learn.
As much data as you
begin
can.
by connecting to the network. You have to tap along with the backbeats to connect to the network. Once you have tapped along with the backbeats for 2 bars, you will achieve connected status.
Yeah, what I was going to go on the page that therefore was to check the
When
schedule.
connected to the network, you will see the download speed increase and data begin to download. In the Echo network, there are multiple ways to explore and complete tasks. You can move both vertically and horizontally across layers in Echo.
Oh, Ryan, I like that you saved that one.
Switch up or down a layer to avoid obstacles and find hidden secrets. Verticality is an important part of exploration in Angel. It introduces a new 3D platforming element to the arcade racing format.
God damn it. God damn it. Hold on, I just need to move something
Finally,
from...
we introduce the breakbeat rhythm mechanics of Angel. When you connect to the network, you
There we
download
go.
data. But in certain situations, you'll need to increase your download speed with combos. In
We were looking for something else, but that one fit better, actually.
Breakbeats, beginning with a drum and bass combo, awarding 5,000 kilobytes of data.
Too many
After
directions
this,
of movements,
you
too
can
much
learn
for your
a
brain.
two-kick variation of the drum and bass combo, all the way up to a classic arm end break. At this
Yeah, I
point,
think the
it's
whole
clear how audio is at the core of Angel.
IU is kind of...
For Angel, I've built a specific drum-focused combo system from the ground up that lets me swap out different breakbeat patterns,
I don't know if
different
it's...
tempos, and for different collaborating artists.
simple enough? I don't know.
I began by coding a beat counter. This beat counter takes in the audio from a song and its tempo. I can use this to generate bars of music
Oh,
data
for me at least,
and
but-
specifically build out combos according to the current 8th note. I then created a class for input pairs, which simply takes an input as an integer and aligns it with an 8th note. Using this input pair system, I created a combo scriptable object.
It's
that
interesting
houses a
because they
list of expected
actually
8th notes
have
and
things in the
Using the backbeats
order
combo as an example,
that they've shown
the
everything.
combo is highlighting that input
So-
3 will occur on the 3rd and 7th, 8th.
I like when people stick to schedules like
I can use this combo scriptable object in tandem with the beat
on the
counter
dot.
system to check the current 8th note in a given bar, and whenever it aligns with an expected 8th note, other game systems can trigger. Rather than aligning with MIDI, I have used this system as a purpose-built, modular way to generate and keep track of complex input combos.
So this is the last game
These
from
combos
this,
are separate from the tempo of the song, making for
I guess
flexible
bracket.
rearrangements for multiple different songs. Here, you can see me playing a song with a drum and bass combo. But if I change the song, now I have a song with multiple different combos, starting with a drum and bass combo and including a D beat to complete the 4-bar pattern.
I think this would be very confusing to me. This seems very confusing to me. I don't know if my brain can handle this.
When we put it all back together again, we end up with a high-speed, 3D platforming racer imbued with unique, drum-focused rhythm mechanics. Audio is at the core of this experience, weaving in a soundtrack of breakbeat enthusiasts from around the world, while slowly teaching the player how to play
Not sure
and
what is
write those
going on, but it
beats,
feels like it
both
could be very
in-game
cool.
and in real life. If you've enjoyed what you've seen here today, you can try it for yourself in the Angel Alpha demo.
I missed the
now
start
on
as
Steam.
well because I was looking at I was looking for something else. Is this also something that would be easier for people who are better at like programming and IT stuff? How do you feel about this, Chris? Because I feel like there's too much going on the screen that I don't really know what to focus on. Coming for the nerds again? I'm also a nerd, but a different type of nerd. You're just tapping to the beats. It seems like more though than just that. You clocked out of this one. It looks kind of dull inside. There's a lot on the screen.
And we're back. Starstruck Hands of Time, which actually released, I think, a month ago, is on its first sale post-launch. Fruit Bus also released like a week ago, so it's still on its launch sale. And Shapes 2 is on sale. Tiny Bookshop, Cabernet, Angel, they all have demos available. What are we watching next, Kate?
Coming up next is Into the Grid, a cyberpunk roguelike deck builder. Non-Fungible Trauma has prepared a DJ concert featuring the game's soundtrack. Following that is Dungeons of Hinterberg, an action-adventure blending alpine exploration and monster slaying with a look into its adventure soundtrack by Marcus and David. After that, we've got Dice Gambit by Chromatic Inc., a strategy RPG where dice rolls decide your fate, along with a deep dive into its tense score. Up next is Morgan Metal Detective, a charming exploration game with a look into its orchestral soundtrack. Then there is Fish Game by A Shell in a Pit Games and Creative Inc. Games, which is, you guessed it, an immersive fishing simulator, where we'll dive into its tranquil sounds. We'll wrap this section up with Tavern Talk by Gentle Troll Entertainment, a cozy visual novel set in a bustling medieval tavern with focus on its warm, old world-inspired music. Don't forget, we're also giving away keys of our featured games. We have over 40 games for all of you watching right now, so make sure to sign up in the form, we'll link it in the chat. We'll take some of the winners right now as well. Hope you have a good time!
Hold on, I'll share the link when they post it. I have the Twitch stream open as well. This sounds interesting. Is the Twitch stream slightly ahead of the YouTube one for me? Let me see. I don't know. Too many buttons? Yeah. It's hard to say because I have only watched while this dude has been playing. Let's see. Here is the form. If you wanna I'm signing up for that too. What is the form for? Open it and see. It's giveaways for the games. Thank you, Gene. Yeah, I didn't really say what it was for though in the link, but and then you just have to say which one you're watching on, but then I mean, technically you're watching on my stream though, but you could also have any of the other ones open as well if you want to. Which is, let me, here is the Twitch one. And then there's the YouTube one. I found the bed in the URL. I just thought it was like a timed thing, so I didn't think it was because of the... That's funny. Wait, there's a bed in the URL? Because I can't see it. Oh, yeah. I see. Oh yeah, I was looking at the doc, the Google Doc. That's the link I was looking at. So I didn't think about the page in that sense. The Twitch page. I really need to pee though. Hold on, I need to... I have this one. It will kind of cover up things, but...
Hi, we're Markus and David from Wobbler Sound, and we made the music and sound design for Dungeons of Hinterberg. Today we're going to talk about how the music and also the sound design in the game came to life.
Dungeons of Hinterberg is an action-adventure RPG set in the wonderful Austrian Alps. You play as Luisa, where you explore the world around Hinterberg and try to uncover its secrets. When we started working on Dungeons of Hinterberg, we tried to find a unique music style. We tried different approaches that we discussed with the dev team. We ended up with influences coming from ambient, indie, 80s wave and indie-tronica. We also added elements of traditional Austrian instruments to give it some local color. You will also visit a lot of magical places. The music will accompany this with more abstract sounding elements. We used instruments ranging from accordion, horns, dulcimer to guitars and synthesizers. And also, out of this world, alp horns.
We tried to capture this variety of the game elements also in the music.
I was hoping I would be back
Besides
before they
the
showed
regular
this.
gameplay, like exploring dungeons or fighting mythical monsters, you will also do things like
hang out at the local Wirtshaus,
meet fellow adventurers at the top of a mountain,
or relax at the spa.
I've seen a lot of people play this.
So all these locations and gameplay elements have their own musical approach, ranging from ambient to driving, from funny to dark and mysterious.
Dungeons of Hinterberg consists of 4 different biomes, each with their corresponding dungeons. In the overworlds, we wanted to underline the naturalistic feel of the environment.
But thank you.
So we decided to go with an organic instrumentation. There the music is also more ambient, leaving enough space for the sound effects and ambience. All music tracks that can happen within a biome, like explore, battle, relaxation, are written in the same key and tempo. They also share a part of the instrumentation. This way we can switch easily between those game states.
We tried to capture the detailed visual world also in the sound effects, placing lots and lots of audio objects in the scenes. Having the Alps literally around us gave us plenty of material to work with. Let's take a look at a combat situation.
Just some little dudes.
Transitions into and out of a combat happen very quickly, but are also contained since you can't run away or leave a fight at any time.
Okay, this music is good.
While in the overworlds the music is mostly organic, within the dungeons the music switches to synthetic sounds that feel more mysterious and dark. In the mines the music is percussive and mellow. In the ice caves we used a lot of crystalline elements.
Ooh, I like that.
It was great to design all these different sounds, ranging from realistic to all-out magic.
This kind of looks like Monument.
You can use a lot of different skills in combat that the audio will react dynamically to.
Monument Valley, I mean. Or scooters.
To enhance certain combat mechanics, the music will get acute and dark.
I guess so not on Orangutan plays.
Whilst the SFX will get extra reverberant and delayed.
There are also many other audible details that you can discover throughout the game.
At skill shrines, you can hear a dedicated track accompanied by a nice magical sound effect.
At certain spots you can just relax, lean back and enjoy the landscape and a soothing ambient track.
Oh, they were just some spiders in a fight.
You will enter dungeons through magical portals, underlined by a musical cue, also featuring one of my favorite sounds in the game.
I just said, oh, so you two can play it then, is what I said.
Racing down the mountain with your hoverboard is accompanied by drums and guitars,
Oh,
which
you
are
can-
dynamically added to the music.
You have a hoverboard?
Or your local monster club's beatbox that blares out lo-fi beats in sync to the overworld track.
Now we want to show you the social aspect of Dungeons of Hinterberg. After a long day hiking and fighting,
Pretty.
you will spend your evenings in the town. There you can stroll around, get new gear, and most importantly, meet and hang out with the locals and other adventurers. Each date has its own mood and location. The played tracks are selected depending on who you meet, where you meet,
What is,
and also the mood.
I'm just gonna check.
While some scenes are funny and lighthearted, others will have a darker and more mysterious tone.
I thought it would be on sale. Wait. So buying the bundle with this
And
game?
you will also encounter various bosses.
With the soundtrack and a new game plus updates, an art book is cheaper than just
Each
buying
boss
the
has
game
its
by
own
itself.
unique theme, which is musically tied to the related dungeon biome.
That was weird. So the game alone is not on sale, but only the bundle.
That's it from us. Thanks so much for listening. Dungeons of Hinterberg and our soundtrack are already out on various platforms.
We wish you a happy remaining Safe and Sound Festival. Enjoy your stay and slay in Hinterberg and its dungeons. Bye!
Shall we do another giveaway? I think it's been a little...
Hi, my name is Paul Cunha, also known as Remagic. I am the producer and music composer behind the original soundtrack of Dice Gambit. I specialized in a genre of music called fado, which is a type of traditional Portuguese folk music, which I mix with modern
Yeah, the Twitch
genres
stream
such
is
as
ahead
hip-hop,
of the
EDM,
YouTube one.
glitch hop, etc. My idea was to create a soundtrack that was as original as possible. Instead of sampling famous
Thank you for the
artists and
water.
songs, I decided to create my own samples for Dice Gambit. And to do so, I brought to my studio
Let's see.
some friends and artists as a guitarist, a bassist, and a fado singer.
Which game should we give
After
away this
long
time?
hours of recording, jam session, composition, I had a lot of material to create this original soundtrack. After all the recordings came the time to experiment, sampling, improvise and work a lot with some crazy wild ideas, because the soundtrack don't live only on guitar, bass and vocals. I had to compose, create arrangements, choose the best drum rhythms and percussion rhythms, harmonies, arpeggios, pianos, violins, other type of guitars, whatever. And this was the best part and where the best ideas came from. For example, in this project file, we have the song of Nova Family
We have
or Nova Offices, like this.
3 games left to give away.
This is the first
We have a
verse,
game called Castle of Alchemists.
and then here we have the chorus.
And Once Upon a Jester and Balatro. Which one do
But
we
the
want
song
to have a
started
giveaway for
at
now?
single one point. This moment here. This simple sample corresponds to a single part of the entire
I guess we can just
recording
choose
session.
one
I
at the
will
top of
show
the
you
list.
a little bit more of the original sample.
Have they shown any of them yet? No, they won't show them today. They will show those we have left tomorrow, I think. I don't think they're gonna show any of the others today. Let me double check though to make sure.
This sample is performed.
No, they're coming
at
out tomorrow.
the beginning of the game also, but we used only one moment of this session.
We're gonna give away Castle of Alchemists.
This one.
This one actually sounded
In
really
3,
good, the
2,
soundtrack. I don't know about the game itself. I have not seen too much of it, but the sound,
So,
the
we
music
cut it
sounded really
here.
good. So let us do that. Let us do that.
And we started.
So
the
let us
whole
start the
song
giveaway.
from here.
Let me find the
Adding
link
elements
on
and other parts of the recording
for it.
session. Other different parts to create the different parts of the whole music.
so I can link the Steam page. I probably should have done that from the beginning, but
In this case, the bass and the drum kick. Drum kick is here,
Where is it?
and then the rest of the drums.
There's so many games to look through. I can't open Steam because it's
Some background effects. And here we go.
it's on the monitor that I'm showing the thing. Stream.
What essentially I tried, which I think I achieved well, was to
There it
combine
is,
indeed the elegance and
Go
depth of Portuguese
join
guitar
the
with the
raffle by typing
informality
in
and style
exclamation
of
point a raffle.
pop beats,
A link to the
EDM,
game. Yeah, I was
and
looking for a link to
other
the game, but it's
urban
I
and
can't
modern rhythms.
find it.
Fado is a Portuguese musical style, and
I
there's
should have done that
great
sooner, but
cultural
I
value
honestly didn't
for
even
the
think about it.
Portuguese people. Fado was developed mainly in Lisbon at the end of 19th century. It is usually sung by one person, the fado singer in this case, accompanied by a classical guitar and a Portuguese guitar. The
only
most
showing the games
frequently
that are
sung themes in fado
today?
are longing, nostalgia, jealousy, short stories from the daily of typical neighborhoods, and bullfights. Some of best well-known vocals, for example, are Amália, Carlos do Carmo, Ana Moura, Camané, among others. As a Portuguese hip-hop producer and beatmaker, I have closely observed
I think
and
that
been
seems like the
involved
right one.
in the dev of hip-hop in Portugal. And I
Yeah,
can say
that's-
that the
that's the
Portuguese
link.
beatmaking community,
Thank you, Ryan.
where I'm including
Thank you.
myself, has always had the sensitive to remix and sample and use elements of its own culture. And from there, a kind of derivation of boom
I think it's
bap
better
was born
to
in
let
Portugal.
people who
And
haven't won
as a
yet
lover
to
of
do it.
hip-hop
That was
and
one of the
fado,
rules as
this
well.
is precisely what
Unless there
I
weren't that many
specialize
people.
in hip-hop and lo-fi fado beats.
Dice Gambit is a strategy RPG where you shape
Because it
and
wouldn't be
beat your
fair
own
if you won
noble
twice and
family
then other
amongst
people who have
100
joined
visitors.
don't win at
Consider
all,
this
you know?
neo-Renaissance setting inspired by Southern Europe. There's these sun-kissed, winding streets filled with vespers and gelato shops next to knights
Do you want
in
pin message
commercially
as
branded
well?
armor fighting monsters with
No, I think
swords,
it's fine.
magic, humans,
well, I
and
mean,
technology. It's a lot of worlds colliding. New meets
because
the old,
they're
so to speak.
two.
Paolo's music is a perfect
Well, maybe we
kept
have it
concept.
in the
Portuguese
same
heritage
message.
of Fado seamlessly blends with the traditional Southern setting, while all the contemporary music genres bridge the gap to all the modern elements. Our world can be quite weird at times, and the juxtaposition between new and old are connected and bridged.
And yeah, I
through
know
music.
that the stream is a little bit
cohesive whole. I think without
behind
it, many of the
the
disparate
Twitch
elements
one.
would easily feel out of place. A big part of the
Just
game's
added it
world,
in.
both mechanically
Yeah,
and thematically, are the
If you could
three
do that, that would
major
be
noble
nice. But
families
you don't
which
have
rule
to
it.
though. I can do it
Each
too.
family
But
controls their own distinct section of the city,
Let's
has their own
see.
distinct classes for the players to unlock, and of course play their own role in the game's story. They even all represented in the game's core dice as a fundamental action for the players to take in combat. As such, each family needed their own sound in the music as well.
Okay, thank you.
I tried
Right.
to create the songs according to the elements that
Yeah,
characterize
thank you.
each family to create the most direct correspondence possible between the music and the visual elements on the screen.
So each family was given their own distinct modern genre,
good-
which is
good
infused
man,
with the
good
father
man.
music. For instance, the Nova family, which is the most technological family residing in the game's high-rise offices, were given EDM as their musical identity.
And when I started this game, the idea was just to make boom bap
Sorry, don't
beats,
apologize for
hip-hop
napping.
beats,
Napping
all
is
in
important.
This kind of beats. But since Dice Gambit
Yeah, we're
is
having
so
a
rich in
giveaway
detail, in
going
visual
right now.
and mechanical
If you wanna
elements,
join.
I was sure that we could take the Portuguese guitar.
If you want to join,
and, this
type
game
in
to
a
new
raffle.
horizons
Check the
and
pin
to
message.
another
You can see the
level.
link
Hence,
to the game as well.
diversity of rhythms and musical genres present in this entire OST.
These families are each disrupting the natural state of the world in some way or another, and their influence is felt in the music as the sound clashes, incorporates, and alters the bass fado samples which underline the entire soundtrack. The fado music ends up representing the natural state of the world and the soul of its people, which the families all vying to alter in their favor. We believe that the history of fado and what it represents is a great fit with this type of story and the role it plays in our game.
I'm very happy to be able to share with you a brief glimpse into the story of Fado along with this soundtrack that we are making. I hope you found it interesting. Thank you.
If you'd like to know more, you can find and play a demo on Steam. And even more importantly, you can check out Paolo and hear some of his amazing other beats on YouTube at KV Music Beats. Links to his socials are all on
He
the
sounds
screen.
Danish.
Thank you so
And
much for tuning in.
Christiansen is also could also be Danish, so he sounded like he was Danish. The music was cool though. Metal Detective?
I missed you, Morgie Moo.
Morgie Moo?
Too. That's Grandpa's old metal detector. How about you go try it out around Glaston?
If you find any litter while you're at it, you should take it to Senna's trading post. Cash for trash.
Okay, this seems fun.
Have you been losing things too, Sally? The island. It's dying. Help me.
I just wish that a lot of these games weren't in first person, but I understand why they would be, because, you know, a game like this makes sense to be in first person. The little, what are those birds called again? I suddenly just remember what they called in Norwegian. Puffins! I remembered.
We'll do from bar 3, thank you.
How do we get 3 different answers here? Yeah, in Norwegian it's also called Lundefugl. So it's pretty close. The Swedish and Norwegian name. You don't even know what you were answering for? You're an agent of chaos. You saw burb and you saw beach, that's all you knew. But there was... That wasn't the burb you saw. Yeah, don't forget, enter the giveaway for the game pinned at the top by typing in ! raffle.
Just a bit more shaping on the second note.
And if you don't win that time either, you still have 2 more chances. Or for every 5th sub, I also will add an extra giveaway. In case people want more. And that will not be games from today's stream, as in anything from the showcase here. It will just be from a selection that I have. I have to admit though, some of the games that I have that I can give away for my own stash could be slightly more pricey. Four more subs we get. No, that's not how it works, Chris. It's only if it's 5 at the same time. Because otherwise, I don't usually have something that tracks 5 subs. Do you think I want that? They added more pain? Yeah, the rule has always been for 5 subs in one go with the beans. Not for every 5th sub. This
Hi everybody,
real
my
spin has
name
been
is
for every
Gordon
5th sub,
McGladdery.
though.
I'm the studio director of A Shell in the Pit Audio and A Shell in the Pit Games. We are a game audio company
Fish game?
that has worked on games such as Five Nights at Freddy's, or the last 3 installments of it, Untitled Goose Game, Night in the Woods, Pacific Drive, Little Kitty Big City, Rogue Legacy 1 and 2, and over 60 titles. We've been around for a while. We love what we do. And we used our game audio money to fund the development of our own game, which is Fish Game. It is a freshwater home aquarium simulator.
Nah,
the
you're
best
all
of its
good. You're all
kind.
good.
We've gone very deep with the science and the behavior simulation and the plant growth simulation, and have kept it fun. The number one goal was to keep it fun. It came out last October. We've got a 93% positive review score on Steam. If you like pet sims, if you like nature, if you like life sims, if you like anything that's underwater, if you like The Sims, we basically wanted to make The Sims with fish, but more science. So go take a look. It's on sale for Save and Sound. I believe it's the steepest discount we've done since release.
Oh, I noticed the order as well on the
making it
quotes.
in partner with Smarter Every Day, the YouTube channel, and our developer pals, Creative Inc.
Hey, Mark, how you doing?
Today, I am
How
going
you
to
doing?
be mastering a track as quickly as possible and showing my
Which part
process.
nearly put you to sleep?
10 minutes is not a long time to master a track, especially
I'm
if you're talking about, usually mastering is going to be
I'm
for
also getting really
the whole
hungry.
album, and I can't do that in this amount of time, but I can show my general thought process.
But yeah, how did
and
your stream
learnings
go? I
and
was
a few of the
lurking
plugins and
yesterday.
things
I don't
like
know
that.
if
So I think we can get
what did you end up
this track
playing?
from a
Did you do
raw, unmastered
some
state
community
to
games?
a generally shippable state in 10 minutes. So let's go. So this is a track from Caravello. We have 3 artists on Fish
The
Game.
Dream State
Caravello,
music?
Larissa
Oh,
Okada.
I see, I
Who did
see, I
the music for Manifold Garden and worked at Bungie for a long time. And
Dude, there's been
myself.
so much good music in the stream so far.
The first thing I do is I want to run through a rich part of the track and then view it in my spectral analyzer to see like
it's been really
where
good.
frequency buildup might be happening. Are there any spikes? Is anything underrepresented? And then my goal in mastering is going to be to smooth that out a bit without pushing things down so much that they, you know, are inaudible or buried in the mix. First thing we're noticing is that the bass is too loud. So I'm gonna
No games last night. You were
into
just
the
sharing a bunch of
mastering
photos you took during your visit to
chain
Seattle. Ooh, I
and
see.
use a multi-band compressor.
Well, that's good too.
Pretty
Just sitting and chatting.
Q on the side.
As long as you have things
So
to
that's
talk
between
about,
50 and 100.
that's usually the best. Those are usually the best streams.
50 and 100 making.
Well, that's good though.
Okay, so it's quite narrow. And the bass notes are mostly the same, but I think it's actually the kick that is a lot longer than the bass itself.
I'm just looking at the
So I'm
Steam
gonna find
keys that I
out
have
with my threshold
in my
where
document here.
are the bass notes and where's the kick? Because I don't want the kick that much louder than the bass. Make sure that our attack is catching it. Might bump up the ratio a bit.
Some of them are games that I've gotten from like a humble choice and stuff.
Get a pretty aggressive range. You'll see a lot of mastering tutorials that are like really fine-tooth combing.
Do the Steam
things,
keys
just
expire?
tiny little
No, they
adjustments here and
shouldn't.
there. That's
They
not how I
shouldn't.
do it, but I'm also, you know, I'm not a mastering engineer. That's not what people pay me to do. I
But
write
if
music and I happen to
they for
wind
some
up
reason
mastering a
don't
lot of
work,
albums. So I mastered the
please let me know,
Drive
because
soundtrack, I
they
mastered all my own
should.
Stuff. I mastered the I Was a Teenage Exocolonist soundtrack. I really enjoy it. Like I have fun. And those multi-artist soundtracks can be quite challenging, actually, because everybody's mixing in different ways. Some people are delivering things that are already mastered. Some people are
Let me just
delivering
count.
things raw. So you can see that this control is working quite well. I'm also going to bump it globally a little bit. We're starting to get a bit of a nicer curve here. It's not
I have
poking out
21
way
Steam keys, besides the ones that we're gonna give away today. So there's a lot to choose
This
from.
button used to clear it, so you didn't have to open the settings to decay. There's probably a smarter way to do this. I don't know. Let's get back to that bassy part.
Some are
Okay,
smaller,
not
some
bad.
are bigger.
Next thing I'm gonna do, these are the lead keys here, so I don't want to
Me
go
on my
too
hoard of
nuts on
Steam
them.
keys,
They are
yeah.
supposed to stand
It
out.
happens though. It happens.
Get another band happening. I will give a little bit of space for the attack of the to get through. But you can see that some frequencies are poking out more than others. So that's 200 to 500. This up a little bit.
Dude, I'm
Range,
getting
not
so
nearly as
hungry.
aggressive as the bass. And I want to catch these lower notes more than the higher frequencies. So I'm actually
But I don't have
going
anything like
to
quick.
Make this curve a little less aggressive. Right around the 200. The 200 is the
Still a bit of time. That is true.
Ascending note.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you for reminding me. Wait, hold on.
should be controlling that more now. How's my time? Almost 6 minutes.
Yeah, we have
Doing
a
good.
little under 3 minutes left.
Come on,
Order
bass.
in. It's almost 11
Okay, great.
p.m. Nothing is open
Curve
at this
is
point.
getting a little more flat. If this was a
Nothing is
modern
open.
sound that I wanted
Was that
to
a
really
sorry? It
clean, I
was.
would
It
aim
was.
for, like, pretty,
Trust me, it's
like,
not secret.
flatness across there.
It's not a
Close at
secret.
+3.
Yeah, it's way too late to order anything right now.
And the next thing we're going to
Way
do
too
is
late.
boost the 1K to
The ad break
or I
is
guess, like, the
over. I forgot
500
that there was even an ad break to begin
5K
with.
range. I don't want to go
Um,
too crazy with the high end because it is like a lo-fi soundtrack. I want this cue to be kind of the opposite of that other one. We want more happening on the high end than on the low end.
Oh, that's good,
You can see how
Orion.
much more character that brought out, turning that band up. So we're getting a nice curve here.
Do you think you might be a bit hungry as well, but you did eat before the stream started? Hmm. Yeah, I ate like maybe 2 hours before stream
also
started.
the first thing that I had done is I turned the whole file up because it was delivered like quite quiet. turned it up 10 dB before we even started any processing. And our goal is going to
You're still
be
polishing off Steve every other meal. Hey, that's why it's so good to make enough to have over several days, you know?
A tiny bit of one of these magic plugins called Gulfos.
You don't have to worry about
basically
making
doing the
food.
same thing that I was doing manually with the multi-band compressor. So it's taming frequencies that are
Okay, we have 1 minute left
and
to enter the giveaway. So if you want to enter, or if you want a chance of winning the game that is in the pinned message, just type in exclamation point raffle, and then you can maybe possibly win. We do have 2 more keys left to give before the stream is over today.
Okay, great. So we can hear the before.
That is Balatro, and what was the last one again? Once Upon a Jester. Those are the 2 games we have left. And then if we have 4 more subs, I will add in an extra giveaway.
And the final step, and I'm gonna turn down OBS for this part, is to get our loudness.
You're not eating a lot of like homemade food. Wait, hold on.
So, Ozone Maximizer
In a
has
long
this
time,
awesome
so that could
feature
also be
where
like your body's not super used to that kind of food.
it will learn, it'll listen, and it will set
Well, I'm
the
glad you
loudness
got
for you, so you're hitting that
good food,
minus
right.
14 LUFS point. Normally, I'd be playing the entire
Okay.
song rather than just
The raffle is over.
which I
Let us
suppose I can
pick
do
a
now
winner.
that I've done
Let us
this
pick a
extra
winner.
stuff.
Let's see who wins. It is Pound.
And then I'll usually let the
Pound
song
de
run 1 or 2
de
times,
Terror.
and often this
It's
will get right to
patats.
minus 14. So right now,
Nice,
it's turning
congrats,
things up
Pound.
way too much because it's during a quiet part of the song.
Let me
You'll figure it out
give that to you.
Okay, I got 40 seconds left. I'm going to guess where it needs to be, and I think it's about
Let's
minus
see.
7.6. And that is a mastered song. Before,
Let me send it to you in a whisper.
a little smidge.
Okay, you have the key.
Before, after.
Three raccoons have escaped
my
from a
guess
zoo in
is
the Isle of Wight. You must
Anyways,
go.
I gotta
You
go.
must go.
Bye,
You
Fish
have
Gang.
to.
See you later.
Oh, it's Tavern Talk. I've kind of been wanting to play this.
Hi there, my name is Filippo. I'm working on the music for Tavern Talk. I'm a big fan of the genre and I wanted to create a soundtrack for a game like this since forever. To portray the cozy and charming tavern as well as their even more charming characters, I'm opting to use a lot of plucked instrument sounds, which I just love playing. And I hope you enjoy this little preview of some of the instruments we'll be using for maximum magical coziness.
Doggo. I'm hungry. Yeah. Doggo said, stop playing, feed me. We have a doggo here too. This is nice and chill music. Well, I mean, to be fair, the last few games have had very chill and nice music. Special treat? Oh.
There's a calling on the wind beneath the top of the keep.
So pretty.
I've heard the tale set the sails. Now it's time for me to leave, but my feet stay at the door, unsure of what's ahead. It's a path
it's just a little dude.
Steps I've never tread, but if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think Coffee Talk is more like pixel graphics though, isn't it?
Dragons, no day is like the last. Never know what will happen. I was drowning in my doubt, but I learned to swim the deep. A chasm of fear, but I still took the leap. And if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern.
Yeah, I want this game too. I mean, is it in early access or not? I'm not entirely sure.
There's a calling on the wind dragging me back home. My quest has led me far, now it's time to leave the road. I'll pull up a chair.
It doesn't say it's in early access. Okay, good.
Weary heart, and I'll
Yeah, I don't want to play games in early access.
from the stars.
Because the game is out, yeah. Is that the name? Ondu?
If I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern. Oh, if I get lost, I know I can return. There's a drink awaiting me at the tavern.
Yeah.
And we're back! Into the Grid, Dungeons of Hinterberg, Dice Gambit and Morgan Metal Detective have a demo for you to try. And Fish Game and Tavern Talk are both on sale. What do we have next, Hans?
Well, before the games, you know, we're giving away some keys to the forum throughout the evening. We just picked some winners right now, actually, and we'll be tagging them as we go further onto the showcase. So make sure that your notifications are active. This next block is actually sponsored by Audiokinetic, the leading provider of cross-platform audio solutions for interactive media and gaming. They're also the creators of audio solutions like the award-winning Wise and Strata multi-track sound effect library.
The mustache drop,
People
yeah.
in games might have heard those names before. And for any of you sound designers or audio people out there right now, Audiokinetic is actually giving away a Strata license right now. So with Strata, you'll have everything you need for infinite customization, whether that's clips, tracks, unrendered effects, and source files. We'll include the giveaway link to the forum in the chat right now. So thank you to Audiokinetic for allowing us to do a 4th edition.
It's going to be good because they added new
Next
metal
up,
music as well.
we have some pretty heavy hitters. We have Cult of the Lamb, who will be showcasing a nice little musical piece. Then we have Starbirds, the game made by the creators of Dwarfromantic in collaboration with Cursegats. And after that, Necess will be showcasing an orchestral performance on the recently overhauled OST. Then we'll have a combined piece showcasing audio and music from Pathologic 3 and Quasimorph. And finishing up this block, we'll have Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber, with a deep dive on audio, history, and storytelling. How do you pronounce Cursegats?
Kurzgesagt. Kurzgesagt.
Enjoy.
Hey, it's your boy, Riverboy. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you so much for having me on Safe and Sound. I really appreciate it. I had a bunch of fun making this song. So the song that I chose to record is called Start a Cult, and it was actually the first song that, this was like early on. It was the first song that I made that I think made it into the game. And I remember I was sending a bunch of stuff at this point in time. I was sending like heaps of different melodies through. I was sending heaps of different kind of instrumentation through. I was sending heaps of different songs through. And this was the first one when everyone was like, "Oh yeah, that fits. That's the sound of the game." And so it influenced me. It was a good guide. It was like a touchstone for the rest of the music, at least for the bass segment of the game. So yeah, if you played the game, there's kind of two main segments. There's the base section, and then there is the like dungeon crawling. And the base section, I think I would call it kind of like a lo-fi hip hop. It's kind of, yeah, I would call it lo-fi hip hop, I guess, is the closest genre.
Hey, Terror, how you doing?
The other thing, so I have like a kind of a bunch of
What, the
an assortment
Australian?
of
I was
random
like, hey,
instruments
another
that are,
Australian.
all in different keys, and so like I have a bunch-story flute that's in F, and then my tongue drum is in E, and my harmonica I think is in A.
But to be fair, Cult of Lamb is
so I,
like the game. The music in this game
the whole
is
song,
such a
record
huge part
the
of the game.
melodies, and then pitch shift the instrument into the right key, if that makes sense. So
I think
yeah,
so,
you
right?
might notice like a little bit of kind of weird
Oh.
sounding aliasing stuff, but hopefully you can't notice. Yeah, hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you for giving a shout out to Terror. Make sure you go follow them. They're the lamb people? Yeah. Yeah, you see it's in the corner, the bottom left corner. It says what game they're covering right now. Yeah, the sweeps, that's pretty cool. It's a little fox from the game. I was gonna say something, but I'm not gonna do it. Yeah, I've been looking at some of these before. I really want one. It's just normal Australian stuff. His sweater looks comfy too. Look at that little sheep plushie in the plant. Pretty sure you've seen this guy at a bush doof. Wait, what is that? What is a bush doof? There's a disco ball. It's behind the... Here.
Whoops.
Ducks! I was hoping they were gonna talk about the metal stuff as well. I guess they didn't. I was hoping though. They just added new stuff and metal music to Cult of the Lamb, you know? It's like a rave but more chill in the wilderness. Oh, that sounds really cool. I haven't even heard of that. Another hand pan. Yeah, I didn't. Starbirds. It's a toucan. I like how they had shaped the helmet for the beak to fit in the helmet. It's been a long time since you've been to a party like that. Treat yourself, Tara. Do it. Now it's gearing up for summer, right? So maybe there should be some events happening soon. You think it would kill you these days? But I thought you said it was chill. Apparently not that chill then. You're no, stop, that's not true. You are not. Australian chill doesn't equate to proper chill. That I guess that's true. I guess that makes sense. There are a lot of drugs. Ah, I see. Yeah. And camping. Dude, I don't even go camping when I've been to any festivals. I just stay elsewhere. Luckily, I've been living close enough to the festival sites to either just sleep at home or just be able to drive back home or something afterwards, or to and from. It's kind of nice though, I like this. Yeah, being stuck is a Norway type of chill, I guess. You're the problem. No, Tara. Stop it. I like the color of that base. It's like a bronze, brownish. Is that how you confirm your ADHD? Dan. I just stay away. This music is kind of a vibe though. Aren't I supposed to be high, not extremely level-headed and focused for the first time in my life? I guess it depends on what type of you try out as well, but yeah, I guess that is interesting though. Was that intentional, Ryan? I felt like that wasn't... didn't make any sense in the context. Necess. What is necess? I don't know what this game is supposed to be about. Except just building stuff. But it looks pretty chill.
Starbirds, coming to a solar system near you. Wishlist now
Look
on
at the
Steam.
helmet. It's so funny. I'm also very easily amused, so there's that. Tucana?
Hi everyone, I'm Rune, the composer of Necess. To celebrate Necess being part of the Save and Sound
He's
Festival,
definitely Danish.
I've had the pleasure of putting together something extra special for you all. Performed by Ensemble Hermes, here are the best soundtracks from Necess on strings. Enjoy.
Oh, that makes sense, Tara. Yeah. They're in like a dome. Kana means chicken in Finnish. Yeah, the bird is called toucan. So it was funny that they named it all after the verb. Little snowman. One day it would be cool to attend like live orchestra concert, some game music that you really like. Same. There's so many scheduled all over the place, like both for games and for animes and stuff. And I'm just like, I wanna go too, but nothing ever happens around where I'm from, so I would have to travel. Shep. Cow. Yeah, you said bird, so pop time delivered. Black Cats, welcome back. How did it go? How you doing? We've seen a lot of good stuff today. Honestly, better than anything that I had expected, if I'm being honest. I mean, we still have quite a bit to go, but I'm just saying. There's been quite a few surprises. With the night rave and that one space game that I forgot the name of. What was it called again? Let me check. Was it called Celestial Return, or was it Hadley's Run a Starship Saga? I don't remember which one it was. But that was, the music there was really good. The one with the stuff? Or like the spaceship and the music? Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wasn't entirely sure, but... And the chicken church, you don't know how to describe what that music was. It was very drum and bassy, and also very, I don't know, it was just good. It was just really good. Ugh. It was the only music so far that has made me react with sounds to the specific music. So freaking tired today. You just ended up accidentally napping the whole time. Oh, but I'm glad that you get some sleep though. You would not be able to describe any music that's been happening. You don't know the words, connect the meanings. Well, it doesn't. It's just genres, really. But I'm also not that. I don't really care too much about genres because I listen to pretty much anything and everything. So I guess it's just easier if I need to explain it to other people or something, but it doesn't really matter that much to me. Honestly, I don't really like using labels for anything. That is totally fair, Ryan. I'm not good when it comes to like subgenres and stuff too. Not good at all. Yeah, they're useful to describe things. That can make it easier to describe certain things, but other than that, I don't really like using it. Mainly because I find it hard to categorize things. Especially when they start mixing things and like it's just it can be a lot sometimes.
Hey, I'm Marissa from Gaming Audio. Our team has been working on Pathologic 3 with the very legendary Vasily Kashnikov and his apprentice Nikolai. This video will feature some of the audio stuff we've made together. Thank you Bedtime Digital Games for making this festival happen. Our goal regarding audio direction was to give the player the real experience of being in an epicenter of an epidemic. Fully realistic, no bullshit. So we are obviously shooting this video in the town. We realized pretty early that the game was quite different from the original Pathologic 2 because of the time travel mechanics. So for the prototype we built the time travel machine, which appeared to be quite useful to record some source sounds and make this video in just half a second using the existing technology. Let's start with the music.
Hi, I'm Vasily Kashnikov, audio director of Pathologic 3 project. I'll tell you how our music is structured. We were already thinking about how the Bachelor's game would sound when we were working on Pathologic 2 and writing music for Haruspix.
What do you mean,
Pathologic 2,
Ryan?
the music had more ethnic, unreal motifs and instruments. Since the city and its customs are familiar with Haruspix since he was a child, he is involved in the traditional way of life. In the case of Pathologic 3, this is the view of an outsider who evaluates everything from the point of view of rationality and science. Therefore, we are trying to make the Pathologic 3 soundtrack colder and more detached from the steps and ethnicity in character. There is more synthesis, guitars at the same time. The Bachelor communicates with Zeus in power, so the soundtrack also contains a large share of minimalist so-called furniture music that could sound in the salons of the beginning of the last century, piano etudes and references to composers of that time, Satie, Debussy, etc. Thus, our soundtrack is a rather eclectic mix of trip-hop, down-tempo, ambient and minimalism. In the city, when the Bachelor is alone with himself, we emphasize the cold mind of the rhythm section, less emotional harmony and sometimes electronic timbres. In the rooms where we need to separate the main character from those he interacts with, we use more expressive harmonies and more classical instruments, piano and guitar passages. When we designed the interactive music system, we assumed that time is finite, and the music had to change depending on the amount of time the Bachelor had left. However, we later abandoned this system, and now the music changes depending on the state of the bachelor himself, who can fall into apathy or psychosis. To emphasize these states, we apply filters and effects
I've
to
not played
different
any of the
layers of our
pathologic
tracks
games.
and get a slower, muffled sound. In
But
the
I've heard
case
they
of
can be
apathy and vice versa, nervous,
a little bit
glitchy in the
scary
case
and
of
stressful.
psychosis. In the infected and rebellious quarters, there are also interactive systems that... Oh my god! Natalia, please stop this!
Whoops. Sorry. But yeah, basically the audio system we created reflects everything we hear in the game, such as if we use our gun when dealing with the local thugs, the longer we aim the weapon at the people, the less sounds of the outside world we hear, and the louder becomes the heartbeat. To add the intensity, shepherd tone was used along with a high-pitched tinnitus sound. If the psychosis level goes to the maximum, it starts to damage Bachelor's health, which is accompanied by flashes on the screen, as well as low heartbeat and short breathing
In
sounds.
the infected and rebellious quarters, there are also interactive systems that change the character of the music by adding or disabling instrumental layers depending on the state of the world or the bachelor's equipment to fight the play. As a result, we have 12 tracks for each day spent in the city. They can freely switch between each other and several dozen other themes for locations and characters, and all the music is subject
I'm
to
glad we can
change
be a little bit of a
depending on the
distraction for
state
you then,
of the
Orion.
bachelor.
Since the game has the weather changing system, we also wanted to reflect that in our audio feedback as well.
I know
the
how
game has global
painful it can be
wetness
when you
parameter
get too
that
hyper-focused
shows how
on
intense
something.
the rain is. The more it rains, the more squishy and muddy are the steps on the outside surfaces.
Not squishy.
Moreover, if you come closer to the window, you can hear the rain pondering on the glass. Because even in the middle of the plague, we always have some room for cozy moments, right? My favorite part of that system, and it's a bit of an Easter egg by the way, is about the cows.
Cows!
So when it's raining, you can actually hear a very, very subtle sound of raindrops dropping on those bovine butts. And I personally think it's beautiful.
To create the actual sounds for the bovine butts, we hired our best ASMR sound designer.
Hi, my name is Artur, and I was also involved in creating some sound assets for the game.
Probably the hardest thing to record were the footsteps. I had everything planned out, bought the equipment, gathered every type of surface, but there was
Butt
one small
slapper,
thing
yeah,
I
yeah.
overlooked. I live in a city with over 12 million
It's like they knew we were streaming this today. Here.
noise everywhere. The solution was simple and genius. I recorded everything on a Sunday, because in Buenos Aires, Sunday is the one day when nobody does anything.
One of the most important places in the game is the cathedral. There we have a system of ladders that control the speed and the direction of time. Direction-wise, we can have it flow normally or reversed.
She is super professional.
As for the speed, we can make the time stand still, go twice as fast, or with the half of the normal
A little
speed.
faster, please.
We created an audio system that helps player to understand what
Oh,
is actually
no.
happening around. When we reverse time, spatial effects are added to the surrounding sounds. Ambience, steps, and the mechanism itself. When
Yeah.
the time stands still, we increase the low frequencies in the ambience.
You know it's gonna work
and all
when
the
you
other sounds are muted to zero.
do
Lastly,
anything
when
related
the
to
time
butts.
goes twice as fast, or with the half of the original speed, the pitch of the surrounding sounds changes accordingly. The coolest part of this system is that it's been actually implemented into the game engine using only one parameter.
I've seen any games I'm really
Thank you for
interested in.
watching. See you here.
We're looking for actually quite a lot more than I expected, if I'm being honest. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look through Steam after this and just wishlist a bunch of games. I would normally do it while they were talking and stuff, but...
Part of understanding Mexico City and our history was by really looking to our city from different perspectives, and that has been an absolute joyride.
That's a good thing. Glad there's a lot of good looking ones. And good sounding ones too. I don't know about you guys, but to me it is very important.
I'm Mike Fortu. Hi, I'm Carlos Ramirez. I'm a music composer and producer,
part of the music and sound team of Mexico 1921, A Deep Slumber.
It's very important for
So
me
making
in
music
games.
for video games is really different from making music for film because it is conditional. I think music for video games, logically and mathematically,
He had
as
a Demon
musician,
Slayer
makes you grow.
Animated background.
So when we started doing the
wallpaper engine.
research, we found a lot of very interesting aspects that we wanted to cover.
Definitely made me learn a lot more history on this post-revolutionary period.
And one of the things that really caught our attention is that whenever we think of a period of time in a particular culture, we think of one music genre or two. But when you start doing the research, you find out that it's not like that.
We went so far with the historic research team that I definitely learned a lot more.
And the research became kind of like an obsession to find every detail of our history through music and sound.
I think we should start at the next to last giveaway. I think we should do that. Which is gonna be...
It's really important for us to use authentic and record real sounds.
And that was a very interesting task. It was a set of, creativity meets opportunity. We discovered new sounds. We learned from something from our history. How would that sound 100 years ago?
I'm just gonna... Hey, the link was easy to find now.
Mexico City sounds like absolute chaos that somehow works together.
Okay, let me start the giveaway. There we go. And then you just have to type in !raffle if you
One
wanna...
of the things that I enjoyed the most was bringing to life the Mexican Historic Center. It's a plaza called Zócalo.
Let me see.
It is a unique soundscape that we have covered in so many different ways.
Here's the link to the game.
Which
wait, hold on.
we use more than 600 sound effects, craziness, loudness. Is this super live plaza where you have animals, discussions, parades.
We wanted all the mumble and the wall of conversation that is going on in the city, but at the same time we wanted the textures of the clothes, the textures and sounds of birds and nature.
That's how it actually is nowadays, but we had to recreate this in the 1920s, so getting this sonic experience for that level was a super big challenge.
So we went and did like a lot of research, also scouts to walk the city and to feel the city with that kind of perspective.
Do you agree good music, good sound is important for
learning
games?
And creating sounds that were
it really is
like natural in the sonic landscape that was Mexico 100 years ago. While telling the story in a video game, and
so
also
the giveaway will
trying
run
to tell
for
a story
20 minutes.
from a particular set of time in our country, we had to face a lot of decisions when making the music.
We wanted to stay apart from having rules in all the levels or something.
So part of doing the score
Wait,
was
what is
to
that
understand
emote?
which parts of the history we wanted to represent in another way, or to leave as they were.
Cat is
and
not
that
amused.
gave us like an agency on the creative decisions.
I follow her, that streamer. I started following her because she was playing Baldur's Gate 3, and someone that I knew rated her.
So making the music from Mexico 1921 was taking a lot of the influence from Revueltas, from Ponce.
What we do have, it's a main theme that it's spread all over the tracks, diversing and fighting against the antagonist theme, which we can call it's the corruption. The prosecution has its own theme. So you can hear in the soundtrack that we go to the main theme, and somehow, somewhere, it starts getting...
Oh, that was probably contrabass.
Corrupted, the same
by the
track, you know? The corruption theme is there.
Contrafish.
Every time they listen to the music, we're not telling them how to feel, we're asking them, how do you feel about it? And based on the decisions they take in the game, they feel from one way to another, and they're transformed in a way. So it's kind of like a sound alchemy that we're doing when we're scoring.
Can be kind of confusing sometimes with English when it's like bass or bass when it's written the same way. Especially when in Norwegian.
So being a modern composer
saying
means that we use
you actually say
different tools and VSTs and, you know, sampling and all this stuff that is part of our everyday routine.
I can't save.
And not every day and not every project
we can save in
evolves into
game,
something
though.
as a
Save
live
in
act.
sound.
Being there performing with those amazing musicians.
Betsy? No, it's just water.
It was speechless for me.
It was so rewarding to actually accomplish something that other musicians could play and that we could play with them.
And yes, technology has led us to have amazing tools to work with, but blending that with authentic human emotion, and it was just an amazing experience.
Yeah, we have about 15 minutes left on the giveaway.
Participating in projects that
If you
have
wanna
a
join,
strong cultural representation
in
such as this one changes
raffle.
the narrative.
Exclamation point raffle. What do you say for bus then? Bus?
I learned how important art was back then and how important it was to have a transition to the Mexico we know.
I think that's exactly what we're doing. We're telling stories, but this time we're telling our story. Story that represents us as a culture, as a country.
You got a gift sub today. I
There's
actually have
this
gotten
line
smacked
from
with
Un
gift
Sueño
subs over the last 2
Profundo, one
days.
of the
You know
tracks
why?
that says, the courage that demands being together.
I don't know. I feel like I haven't gotten any new gifted subs in a little while.
And we think that we're always going to find adversity, whether it's corruption, darkness, prosecution, and the only way to fight it is being together as Mexicans, as artists, as a community. So we wanted to show that also in the music.
Funny thing is, I'm not actually that tired. I think it's just because I'm hungry. So I keep yawning because I don't know.
Welcome back, everyone. Starbirds is available for wishlist. Pathologic 3 is also available for wishlist. Necess is on sale. Quasimorph is on sale. So please go check out all of those games. We have selected winners for some Steam keys. We'll tag them in chat, so please slide into our DMs. This is our last hosting segment of the evening, which actually means this is the last time that you're seeing us today. But I hope that we'll be leaving you with some cool things to watch. What do we have next, Kate?
Next up is Keylocker, turn-based cyberpunk action by Munana, a futuristic rhythm JRPG where music is power. We'll have the pleasure of listening to some of these singing to their electronic soundtrack. Following that is the recently released Europa, a beautiful adventure set on a lush, terraformed moon, where we'll learn more about its calming and atmospheric musical score.
I'm looking forward to playing
Coming up next is Great God Grove by Limbo Lane, a humorous puzzle adventure where we'll dive into the sound and music with Louis Zong and Tony McWaney. Then we will get to see Ultros, a psychedelic Metroidvania, and their beautiful performance of the mind-bending soundtrack by Bjorn Risberg and Red Raider.
And then after that, we will be checking out the audio and music design of Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Then we'll watch a little chat on Rift of the Necrodancer and how that process came about. And we'll finish out our show today with a deep dive and piano performance by Boyfriend Dungeon and Caves of Cud, respectively. By the way, we have selected a winner for the Elgato giveaway, and we'll have production tag them in chat.
Well,
Thank
they haven't
you
tagged
so
me, so I didn't win.
for joining us on this journey through incredible games and their captivating soundtracks and audio design. We are honored to be able to share all these wonderful pieces with you. A big thank you to all the musicians and all the developers and composers. And of course, also thank you to our sponsors, Lurkit, Elgato, Audiokinetic, for making this event possible. And thank you to Aiko Partners and Neon Niroshi for the marketing help. But most importantly, thank you, the viewers, for watching the show. Tomorrow, we'll be back again at 7 p.m. CET, 10 a.m. Pacific, with another live show.
CET, it's so nice to have them in my time zone. So they say it in my time. Oh, this is Animu. Boyfriend Dungeon was such an icky game. I'm so excited about it and disappointed by it. What was it? How was it icky? I haven't seen much of it. But like in what way? $10 left on the giveaway, by the way. Characters that were really weird and toxic. Oh, I see. Well, that's unfortunate though. I feel like there are a lot of similar games though on Steam. Right, racist insect. Oh. Yeah, that's not good. I have not heard anyone mention that before. That is such a shame, though. I wonder if people mention it in like the reviews and stuff on Steam. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. There's a trigger warning at the start of the game, and you were like, surely that's just a precaution to cover their asses. Needless to say, you were triggered, yeah. Ah, that's annoying, though. Especially when they don't specify what the trigger warning is, because then it can be so many things, you know? Okay, we have 7.5 minutes left on the giveaway. So if you're a follower, you can enter by typing in !raffle. And the game is Once Upon a Jester. After this, we have one other game to give away. And if not, well, we could have more, but it's for every 5th sub. I'm gonna add extra giveaways, but the only ones that are certain that will be given away is the current one and one more. You think there was a bit about essay and stuff? Oh, okay, okay. I see, I see. It really throws me off streaming on a Monday. It's like, it's only Monday, but I don't stream on Mondays. And then it's like, oh, can the week go even faster, please? Like usually the first stream of the week that I do is on Wednesday. Let's see. We're also getting an ad in a minute. And then they're gonna move on to the last bracket or last section, I guess. For those who don't know and want to see all the what's it called? Like the schedule of everything today, you can find it on the website here. And other information as well. I should have been up there as a partnered streamer or a partnered co-streamer for the event, but they didn't include me. So that is unfortunate. Because I see so many, like they said Let's see. They added April, though. And she was supposed to stream today as well, but apparently I don't know if she was feeling sick or not, or if it was something else, but you should go follow April. Let me give you her shouty outy, by the way. She's a good one. She's a good bean. Yeah, only 3 minutes left on the giveaway. So it's perfectly timed with the ad break. Kind of. Oh, I actually have almonds here. I'm gonna mute my mic though.
I was born on Earth, but I think I have been homesick for Europa my whole life. By the time you read this, I'll be gone, and the world will look very different from how it does now. But the island should still be there. They built this thing to last.
Yeah, me too, so
Come to the island if you
I added the... I bought it when it came out, because I've been waiting for so long.
And think of me.
My name's Matthew Thomason and I compose the music for Europa. Predominantly I work in film, theatre, I work with a lot of choreographers and I also compose classical piano music and tour that as a composer and pianist. This is my first foray into working in the world of games and yeah, it's been a heck of a journey. When the Europa project was starting to come to life, Alex sort of suggested to me that I'd be a really good fit for the soundtrack, and because it needed that kind of cinematic feel and a lot of pathos and emotion, which I'm kind of used to doing.
So pretty.
So the first time I met Helder, he was so passionate about the project. He was sort of talking me through almost every zone of the game in the first meeting and talking about his vision, how he imagines the music will play into the game, and he's got a really good idea of what he wants the music to be, certainly what kind of emotions he wants to provoke, and we were on the same page right from the start, and we both kind of agreed that the important aspect is this hero's journey and how can we make that as cinematic as possible, and really take the player on that journey with Z.
The giveaway is over.
And yeah, and we put a lot of heart and emotion into the music.
Over the years of working on Europa, I was using library music as a placeholder to try and convey the emotion that I wanted each of the zone and each of the different levels to have. This was super useful and super helpful for me and for everybody in the team, and it helped us in like those early playtests.
Why isn't it showing up?
The foundation and the mood for the game. But we always felt that in our hearts that we were probably going to need a really good composer to help bring everything together. That's when Alex from Future Friends Games reached out and said, hey, look, I know somebody local here in Cornwall. He's done TV, film, and theater before, and he's really looking to move into games. And looking at the vibe that you're going with the game, I think it would be perfect.
Well, it's not popping up in chat, but
after
I have
our
picked
very
one.
first chat, we really connected immediately.
And it is solid schmuck was one.
Passion for music and the way that he explained the importance of connecting the music, the emotion of the music with the visual aspect to really convey.
Yeah, it should have popped up, but it didn't. I don't know why.
The emotion that you're trying to sell.
It was supposed to.
So I'm based in Cornwall in the UK, which is quite a rural area. It's right at the far end, about as far as you can go into the corner of the UK.
So.
And in Cornwall,
there we go.
Really thriving
I have whispered you the code.
Heritage of folk music, so there's a lot of folk musicians here who I know, and I decided that I wanted to use.
It looks and sounds lovely.
On the soundtrack, so veering away from the more sort of traditional classical musician route, and some of these parts were kind of recorded in little stone cottages in the middle of nowhere. Woolly jumpers on, it's quite damp in Cornwall, and yeah, it's got this real kind of humble...
It wasn't cancelled, it just didn't work.
Humble process to record in all the parts. Ben Sutcliffe,
yes, you won. I messaged you. It just didn't pop up in chat because it was being weird.
How lyrical we wanted to make the violin part, because that
are the one who won.
Part, in effect, is sort of
so
like
congrats.
the human aspect of Z. It's his voice. It's the human part of him that's coming through.
Is his eye a lens? I'm really looking forward to playing this game. You'd like to thank your friends, your family, and your manager, George, who's been with you ever since the beginning, and also like to thank the Academy. What about me, huh?
Equally
but
with,
I hope you enjoy
Martin
the game.
Hughes, who plays flute on a few of the pieces. We really wanted to add an element of mystery about midway through the game, and Martin's done an absolutely incredible job of just creating this tension with the flute, and the flute has got this quite haunting effect on the soundtrack, which I'm really pleased with.
Doesn't Mika some games that you waited for like 2 years to come out? Yeah, I've been waiting for a long time for Mika as well, and it was good, but I feel like this is gonna be even better. I'm just waiting for a day that I'm just gonna sit and play this.
I also work with Kath Buckler, who plays cello, and Kath's got an amazing ability to just hear a piece and know exactly what you want with it before you even tell her. So yeah, I'm really grateful that there's so many amazing musicians down here that I get to work with.
Matt's film and theater experience really shines through the work that he did for the game. The music he's created has really brought the world of Europa together. From the more tranquil and zen moments all the way to the more bombastic and cinematic moments we have in the game as well. It really complements Z's emotional journey. I just know that there's some really amazing melodies in the soundtrack that are going to stick in players' heads way after they finish the game.
And I've never played any of the Europa stuff at any of my concerts until very recently, and I decided on the night, I thought, you know, I'm just going to play it and see how audiences respond to it, because no one's heard this music. And I played a couple of pieces from the soundtrack, and yeah, lots of people loved it. I think they kind of got what I was trying to do. It's very lyrical music, it's very melodic, and yeah, lots of people could really relate to it, which was lovely. And I'm hoping to perform it a lot more in the future, maybe even the full soundtrack at some point.
This soundtrack is everything I ever wanted for Europa and more, and I could not be more honored and thankful and happy to have had Matt scoring the soundtrack for Europa. Thank you, Matt.
I was kind of hoping that I would get a key for this game so I could give that away, but it was completely random which games we got for giveaway. Well, we weren't supposed to. Well, I chose to have it as a giveaway, but It wasn't like that was the reason why we got them. It's so pretty. Great God Grove? What is that? I wouldn't go that far, so not. It really does. Oh, that was a weird sound.
Hey, I'm Louis Zong, and I'm an illustrator and musician, and also the composer for Great God Grove. I made a whole lot of music for this wonderful game, but right now I'll be doing a quick look at some of the leitmotifs I wrote for it. And then I'm going to hand it over to our amazing sound designer, Tony. So, without giving too much away, there are a number of different gods and characters, each with a different theming and melody, that we wanted to intertwine and reharmonize throughout. So, the very first thing I did when I started was to compose tiny melodies for each theme. The fun thing is, most of these inauspicious starts did end up being the basis of the final arrangements. Here's a few of those demos.
I was about to say, at first it gave a vibe of Undertale, and then I was like, oh, it's Don't Starve. And I don't think that's inaccurate. Because the design of the characters and the music is kind of giving me Undertale vibes. And coincidentally, I'm wearing Undertale t-shirt today, and a beanie. I can definitely tell. It's giving very Beatles.
You're gonna have to play the game to see how these melodies pop up in other ways. Also, did you notice something about these songs? What's that note? Great God Grove, baby. Over to Tony.
Thanks, Louie. Tony McVaney here. I designed the squishy, bubbly, sucky, and squelchy,
Not the squelch.
sounds in the world of Great God Grove. There are a ton of delightful ear candies to be found throughout your adventure, but today I'm going to break down how I achieved the sound of the mighty Megapon's sucking mechanic, along with the thought process behind my decisions. First, let's take a look at Megapon. What do we see? It's very reminiscent of a megaphone. Let's keep that in mind for texture. We can see some sort of gauge suggesting there may be a little machinery moving around, possibly some sort of motor in there. There is a small coiled tube leading to your inventory. I'll have to make sure the pitch of the airflow is reflective of
Gonna
that.
get some foods.
It looks like
I wish I
there
could
are
get some
lips and
food.
teeth. Is this thing organic? I guess I'll source a sample from myself. All right, let's hop into Pro Tools and see what we have. Let's take a listen to the final sound before we break it open. Oh yeah, that sucks. But, like, in a good way. There are 3 main sound sources that make up Megapon's sucking. First up, we'll look at the motor sound I mentioned that I wanted to highlight. When you think of a motor running, you probably imagine parts rotating or pumping. With a little pitch shifting and automation, we can emulate that. I have a serum patch made by YouTuber Virtual Riot called Manual Rise and Fall 2. I've messed with the filter to shape the sound a bit, but the default rise and fall effect sounds like this.
Also, I don't know. Did I say hi to you earlier, Zoom Boy? But if I didn't, hi.
Sounds kind of
I'd
like a
meant to.
siren. There's also a constant, steady tone behind there as well. I'll mention that again soon. Now let's see what happens when we increase the rate of this rising and falling siren sound. Whoa, I don't know about you, but to me that sounds a lot like a small motor working hard, especially with the constant whir of that tone behind it. Speaking of, that whirring tone is prime for some pitch bending. And when we start a motor, we've got to rev it up to speed. So, let's start the pitch a little lower and have it rise up to that sound we landed on. Nice. Now, we'll add some automation to the timbre of the sound to give it more depth in the rev. A little compression, and EQ for more body. And there we have it, a small motor running inside of Megapon. Now onto the airflow. I'm not exactly sure what Megapon is made of, but if it is organic like me, maybe some good old-fashioned inward whistling into my lungs could emulate air flowing through that small tube we saw earlier. I have a sample right here. Okay, I like that. I'm having 2 thoughts. 1, I would love to have that airflow rotating through that motor we installed in Megapon to kind of glue the sounds together. And 2, I can't suck in forever if the player holds down the suck button, so I gotta make this easily loopable. I've got it. I'll drop this sample into Omnisphere and use the arpeggiator to make it sound like it's quickly pumping. But I'm going to set it at a different rate than what I set Serum to give it a little separation. Oh, and since Megapon is very megaphone-esque, let's EQ our whistle to accentuate those radio speaker textures. Sounding more vacuum-like. Headed in the right direction. I do think that airflow needs to rev up as well. Another pitch bend, like we did earlier. And to make sure we don't lose that vacuum feel, I copied this layer and only pitch bent the new copy. Let's hear. So sucky. But I think we could use a little more oomph. Really make it sound like when Megapon sucks, Megapon sucks. I recorded another sample of myself sucking. This time more focused on the white noise of it rather than the whistle tone.
Excuse me? There's a lot of time
Atmosphere helped us before, so let's run it
dedicated
back.
to this one sucky
But
sound.
This time we'll use a different method. I've dropped the sample into the granular synth function for some randomization. And instead of triggering just a single layer, I have multiple playing at different pitches to cover more of the frequency spectrum. Add a little saturation. This time we'll use a tremolo effect for the pumping. A couple layers of sub-synth filtering to bring up those wind-like rumbles. And a slight EQ. Again, we should rev this layer up. I chose to use Verify for this one. Then, I sent all the layers to a bus. Blended in a lower octave.
Sick of this guy sucking. Yeah.
Slight
Do
EQ
something
in the
else.
low mid, some dynamic EQ to even out frequencies, and a limiter to bring it all up to the proper volume. Let's listen to the final one more time. Haha, yep, still sucks. I hope you enjoyed our hang. Again, I'm Tony McVaney, aka Ergo. Thanks for listening, and happy sucking!
Join the busy boys. Yeah, this definitely is giving like a mix between Don't Starve or Don't Starve Together and Undertale, but just the design and some of the music. Oh, Tust is also sharing her music. No. We didn't need to see that. We didn't need to see that. Hey, Tusta. Ultros. This game I have played the demo of. Is the game Swedish? Or are they just the composers or musicians Swedish? Love me good cello. That is so satisfying. I'm cello is probably my favorite instrument. Same, I love it so much. The amount of times where I've actually looked at cellos and just like, oh, I really want to buy one, but then it's like... I would just feel bad if I didn't end up actually using it, you know? Got the space for it, absolutely do it. It's not as hard as it seems. I mean, I've always got space for things, but that doesn't mean I should do it. Spoilers! I never saw that person in the demo. Yeah, this game has a very cool design. The art style and everything, and very colorful. It feels very unique, the way it looks to any other Metroidvanias. I used to have a friend who bought a saxophone, a trumpet, a violin, and something else you don't remember and never truly learned them. Oh, I thought it was a real cat at first. I have a real one here. I mean, I did start learning the bagpipe. And that's supposedly one of the hardest or most difficult instruments to learn. Hey! One cat goes out and one comes back in. But I didn't get very far though. I didn't get to the actual bagpiping, just the practice chanter. They're working in shifts. That they do. After this, there are only 4 more games, and then the whole thing wraps up. So it's not as long as I thought it would be. I thought it would be until like 2 a.m. But it's a little past midnight for me. the only true instrument you want to learn was the ocarina just because you want to play the ocarina time songs. But you know nothing about music, never really had a true music class either. I don't either, but where there's a will, there's a way, you know? In school you kind of wanted to play drums and later piano. When given the chance to play, you figured I actually didn't want to, just like the idea of it. It's interesting that you say that because in school I also there was a drum set at school, and in music class we were asked to try it out and to practice, you know, doing 2 different movements with each hand and stuff between each classes. Okay, that's really nice. Bean beasts? Hey. But yeah, so I really liked playing the drums, and then I signed up for classes, but then I got accepted when I planned on moving, so I didn't get to do it.
Hello, and welcome to this audio deep dive for Save and Sound. My name is Josh Bailey, I'm a solo developer, and today we're going to explore the sound of Bean Beasts.
Bean Beasts.
For this game, I took inspiration from my childhood consoles like the Mega Drive, NES, and Game Boy to try and mix some of that 16-bit charm with modern production. In this video, we'll have a look at some sound design and music, and then see how it's all managed within the game engine. These guys are Bean Beasts.
Hey,
they
look
have
at the
unique
beans.
cries for when
Hey,
they level up.
look at this little bean. Hey.
Or use abilities. There are 2 core elements I used to create these
That's
cries.
sad. It was really
First is a
sad
bit
because
crunch
I ended up not
distortion
moving
noise.
after all, but then I'd given up my
The other
spot.
is a soft hiss-like synth. Sticking to these creates consistency, as if they all speak the same language. Then we add layers depending on the creature design.
I feel like I
a
would be good at
screeching
drums
noise,
instead of
or
like
an animal
something
sound,
more.
or the voice of a ghost. I like to layer sounds to make things sound richer and juicier.
Melody-based,
For
I guess.
example, let's have a listen to a defeated slime. Due to the nature of the game, a lot of sounds will be repeated frequently. So to keep things sounding more natural, I create multiple versions of each sound. For example, here are 3 variations of the ice
Look at
spikes.
the little pumpkins.
I then adjust the pitch to add more variation to each sound.
He still has this little lump of matted fur here.
To help bring each biome to life, I create Atmos tracks that reflect the environment. In the caves, you can hear a roar that foreshadows something later in the game.
You'd love to be good at drums. Drummers are
Most
always
tracks
they're
start out
having
as
the best
chords and a
time.
melody on the piano.
Yeah.
I then block out my guide track. Then comes bass and drums. And then the lead and rhythm sections.
This is cute.
Every track is mixed into 2 separate stems, which are then used to represent the 2 main game states.
And so are you guys.
For the peaceful version, I strip back the percussion and soften the bass. This calm vibe communicates to players that it's time to build. When
Look
we
at the
hit play,
chicken,
the full
or
mix fades back in.
rooster, I guess. Look at the little doggo bean.
Each world also has 2 versions of the same song. During the earlier levels, the music is more upbeat and playful. As things become more dangerous, we switch to a darker remix.
I didn't notice that it was a tower defense until just now in the previous level.
All sound in the game is mixed via the audio mixer in Unity. I prefer a simple setup with a few auxiliary channels.
Yeah, I was so
feeding
happy
into
because
the
my
master
teacher,
output.
my music teacher,
I have 2 main channels, music and
in
sound
music
effects.
class in school, I mean,
Sound
not
effects are
just...
then split into 4 substems. Sounds, Key Sounds Plus, and Atmos.
She
This
kind
allows
of
me to
encouraged me
prioritize
because she
more
said
important sounds, like player feedback
it suited
and
me
warnings.
to play drums.
There are also plugins which allow me to adjust the music level through script when needed.
The song you shared the other day, my dears, you love in part because of what they did with both the piano and the
During
drums.
endless mode, the density of sound can get a bit manic, so I created a filter which measures how many sounds are being played per second. And when the density gets too high, some lower priority sounds are skipped. When you have 40 impacts and explosions playing per second, it's unlikely a player will notice if some of them are missing. And that's all for today's deep dive. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to play Bean Beasts, there's currently a demo available on Steam, where you can also add it to your wish list. You're also welcome to come have a chat with us on Discord. Enjoy the rest of the festival. Bye!
This game wasn't on the list of games today. It sounded like... Yeah, because this is
my name's Nicholas.
the one that
and
was
I've been
supposed to be
doing
next.
sound design professionally for 10 years, I think, 10, 11 years. A lot of video games, a lot of TV shows and movies, documentaries, and also some upcoming projects that I can't talk about, unfortunately. But maybe we can talk about that next year.
What a
So
tease.
for Survivor, it was pretty obvious from the get-go that we couldn't take the original sounds and cram them into this game. Mostly because the gameplay is so different, and the pace of the game is very different as well. And of course, we've got a whole different perspective. We're working with an isometric perspective instead of a first person. Once you reach some of the later levels, you quickly realize that you've got hundreds of bullets flying across the screen.
He's
at all
sitting
times.
behind
So
my monitor.
It was pretty obvious that we needed to redesign a lot of these sounds to make them fit this sort of gameplay. I tried out making some really subtle sounds to begin with, because I was afraid that the game would end up being just like a noisy mess. And then I slowly evolved the sounds into something a bit more powerful and more aggressive. So it was a bit of an iterative process of me going from something very quiet to something very aggressive. So what I do for each project that I work on is that I try to create a unique sound library for each video game or each movie that I work on, in order to have like bespoke sounds that fit this universe that I'm working in. So instead of just diving deep into like pre-made sound libraries, it's a lot more fun to really create a template of sounds that are unique to this project. And what I've done specifically for this project is that I've used a bunch of sort of weird microphones. I have these 2 devices here in front of me. This one is pretty known. It's called the Elektroschluch, I believe. It's really fascinating. It's a device for electromagnetic listening, and it allows you to listen to the worlds of electromagnetic fields. So if I were to turn it on and put it up against my phone, it will pick up the electromagnetic field around the phone. And this is really useful for like creating very digital sounds. For instance,
I never
UI
heard of that one
sounds.
before.
It's such a fascinating thing to dive into, like a world of sounds that you can't hear. I find that really fascinating. None of these sounds that this picks up are something that our ears can hear. We need like a device to translate these sounds for us, and I find that really, really exciting. And then I have this other device. This looks very like homemade. It is a device that picks up light. So if I took my laser pointer here, I don't know if you can see it.
I thought of the same thing, and it kind of looked like a cat.
Shine it through maybe like a bottle of water with lots of like bubbles in it. If I do like this, you'll hear the sound of the laser getting dispersed in the water, and then picked up by this device, and it creates these really otherworldly, bubbly sounds that are super cool for like explosions. These have been my two main sweetener devices that I have used, and like I simply can't live without them now. Of course, if you do listen to like the raw recordings made of with these devices, they might not sound that interesting, but it's what you can like get out of them afterwards using a whole bunch of plugins and weird tools.
All right, what we're listening to now is a sound coming from a light source shining through a bowl of water, which is being shaken by a subwoofer. All I've done to it is that I've pitched it down a bit, and I've denoised it slightly. And as mentioned, what I always do is I try to create bespoke sound libraries for the projects that I work on, and I never delete anything. Even though I might end up with hours and hours of just recordings of me fiddling around with knobs and plugins, there's always a lot of inspiration to find in those old recordings. But of course, if you do this, 95% of what you end up making won't make the cut. And most of it might not even seem like it's worth saving. That's not true though, because you can always find inspiration in old recordings, and years from now you'll be working on a project, and all of a sudden you'll think to yourself, what was that one cool sound that I did 5 years ago?
I have.
And then boom, you've got it right there, saved in your old sound library, created for this one
and not
project.
had it.
Old recordings will always come in handy at one point or
mostly with the
another.
drawings and stuff.
I love messing around with the plugins.
But that's so cool,
There
Chris.
are
I
two
would do
plugins
this.
that
I would want
like
to do the same thing.
Highlight here. One is Snap Heap by Kilohertz. Snap Heap is pretty much like having a modular system right at your fingertips.
Lurking, but want to stop by and see you're doing
Such
amazing.
an
Are amazing. No,
inspirational
you.
tool. And you can
Thank
just
you.
you can spend hours
doing well.
creating patches.
Hope you're doing good. So we're gonna do another giveaway in 10 minutes. That's the last giveaway.
The other plugin I would like to highlight is Traveler, made by Toonstorm. It is the best Doppler plugin there is. It sounds amazing compared to pretty much every single other Doppler effect, and it's intuitive to use. It's easy to use. This plugin will add life to any sound that you put through it. I use it quite a lot. So after adding even more plugins and resampling and adding more effects and layers, you end up with some really nice sweeteners that will fit sci-fi explosions pretty well.
I really like hiding messages in sounds. It's a bit of a guilty pleasure, I think. It's kind of like putting your finger prints all over the place in a way. And I've hidden sounds of my at that point unborn child's heartbeat in the game. I've hidden numbers that mean stuff to me and to the players as well, if they know the lore. I'm not going to give away.
That's something I would want to do
I've
too.
hidden stuff and what people can find, but I'm sure if there are any sound savvy people out there, they will be able to recognize some techniques that I've used. I could give a small hint that you have to turn down the music, and then some of these sounds will pop out a bit more than they do now. It's so cool that people can play like a game for like hundreds of hours and still there are like things hidden that these people that have worked on the game have hidden all around.
That is cool though. Danger, darkness, and dwarfs. Was that what it said? I forgot to see what the middle word was. Yeah, now we got 8 minutes. 8 minutes, and then we're gonna do the last giveaway, which is Balatro.
Rift the Necrodancer is Necrodancer meets Guitar Hero. Every note is an enemy with unique movements, so you need to learn the patterns to keep the music flowing. Rift will have over 30 original songs at launch, composed by a team
Eldritch
of
House.
6 artists. Josie Breckner, Jules Conrad, also known as Family Jules, Alex Mukala,
I love rhythm
Sam
games,
Webster,
to be
and
honest.
Nick Nosbaum, and myself, Danny Baranowski. Hi, I'm Danny. I'm a composer on Rift of the Necrodancer and music director at Brace Yourself Games here in Vancouver. Today I have the magnanimous Josie Breckner.
Thank you for having me.
Josie's one of the composers we have on Rift of the Necrodancer. What's your favorite Rift song that you composed and why?
So hard. It's so hard. I think my favorite is Glass Cages. I think that's my baby. And that's the one we put on the EP, which I'm glad.
I think that's, I'm gonna make enemies here, but I think it's my favorite song on the soundtrack.
Wow.
For sure.
Wow. Over your own stuff.
Of course. I mean, I have to pretend to be modest, you know? You swung it to a sextuplet. And if the non-music people don't know what that means, it means it's fucked up. Is that when you can swing a song when it's in like a triplet meter, if you skip the middle beat, instead of da-da-da-da-da-da, it's da-da-da-da-da. Well, if you have 6 sextuplets instead of triplets, and it's da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and you only take, then it's da-da-da-da.
Even in you laying this out, you've already thought more about it than I did when I sat down to write this song.
But that's what's so cool, because we had to reckon with it. It made us have to like re-examine how we did level design. I'm so glad it happened. Like I remember you saying like, "Hey, I'm sorry,
level design team."
We basically had to redo the way we thought about how the subdivisions of the rhythms worked in the game, and because what you do is you go da 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 da.
You suck at rhythm games, but you love them. Same with fighting games.
And we just didn't have that resolution, so now we do. This is part of why I love making music for games too, is that it's just, you're never just doing, it's never music for its own sake. It also has to be this like functional, living thing. And so like, you know, we had to put a lot of work into like, for the level maps and stuff for Glass Cages to work with that. The expressiveness of, Sarah was the violinist, right?
Yes.
The expressiveness of her playing and how she's constantly modulating between different rhythmic ideas and stuff, like just having a system in place that could like do justice to that, like it made the game better. Your song made the game, you forced our game to be better. How do you like that?
There was a Slack message later being like, let's not do something that complicated again, please. Yeah, I really wanted to capture this vision I had of her coming back from work late at night, exhausted in like a palatial New York City apartment, her putting on a record, pouring a glass of champagne, and staring out over the taxis as like the rain fell on the streets below. And then as I was writing, and this is like the following your instinct thing.
Like that bongo one.
Oh, we're just getting a lot of Jamiroquai in here
With
too.
the skulls.
So I just started like scooping as much from Jamiroquai land and putting it in the track.
Sure.
And just was having a ton of fun with it. And then we hired
my
friend Sarah to do some violin. And Sarah Hubbard is amazing. She can do anything. And I was just like, here's some chords. Go crazy with it. And she did. And it's awesome.
She did.
Yeah. So
it's interesting to hear because I was gonna ask you what the glass cages meant, but now I know, because we talk about glass cages are like the buildings that we're in.
Yeah.
And that also there's a police siren at the end.
Yes.
And it's like what you hear.
Setting the scene in the apartment, yeah.
Right. No, but that totally makes sense to me, that the swirling of that every time I hear that song now. But here's kind of what I was talking about earlier about like what I'm so happy about, giving up some of the control and allowing other people to do their version of this thing. And that's that song is Necrodancer as fuck. And I never would have done that. So let's talk a little bit about how you came to be a part of our team. We had a long list that we whittled down, kept whittling down, and then I'll just say that when I found you, I remember being struck by how you had depth and breadth.
I appreciate you saying that. I think I was really touched when we had our first conversation and you were like, I like your music because it's weird. Like, I felt so seen in that moment. I was like, yes, weird. That's what I've been trying to go for this whole time. And so we started off working on my test. And then you're like, okay, that's good, but I think you could go further.
Yeah, I remember now.
And I was like, okay. And then I worked on like Hang 10 Hef, doing like this surf rock style. And you're like, okay, I mean, we're getting there, but like you can go way weirder.
The
and
animation
I just
of the
started pushing the
characters.
line further and further to see if I would ever cross it.
We ain't
And
found it yet.
we never did.
Nope.
So that to me is something that was really special. I remember I was being very careful about my NDA. You know, Rift is probably the biggest project I've ever worked on, and trying to, you know, stay professional, keep it cool. And then the next thing I know, we're in the park and you're like, oh yeah, Josie's working on Rift.
How do you approach the idea of genres? And if you even think about it at all, you know, in Bamboosh, we're doing this like kind of drum and bassy thing and you break out the contrabassoon.
I'm on fire.
And it blows my mind because, like, is there rhyme or reason to that, or do you kind of just let the chaos happen and then just like curate it? Like, how do you think about that when you do that?
Yeah, I feel like I'm very instinctual when it comes to that stuff, and if there's something that feels right in the moment, or if there's a mistake that happens, I want to capture that energy and bring it into the track as much as possible. Because for me, the worst thing is when you overthink something too much. And I mean, this is a thing that happens, a theme of the game, I feel like, in some ways too. Just like thinking a thing to death instead of just doing or being or acting. I'm never too worried if something isn't technically in line with the genre I'm doing, because mashing things and just forcing them together, even if they don't look like they fit initially, is my favorite thing.
Favorite thing about you? Creatively fearless.
Oh.
Just unceasingly exploratory. Everything I hear from you is just like, it sounds like a different person made it, and it's just, it blows my mind. You compose in like quantum superposition.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Thank you.
What's your favorite thing about me?
I really respect
when
someone has done the work as a contractor, as a freelancer, as an artist, to know when to step back and let other people just like do their thing. I felt like I just had a lot of trust and confidence from how much creative room and creative freedom you were giving.
I mean, that's great to hear. It's something I've, you know,
it's
something
so
I've
silly.
thought about and worked on a lot over the years. And there is, I think,
I'm gonna
that
post it in
urge
Discord.
when you write something for someone to reproduce it, you know, more or less the same as it was, but like human and not synth.
Right.
Right. But as I had a lot of experiences with Jules, because Jules did a ton of guitar for me, happy accidents would happen.
Yeah.
He would do something just slightly different.
Yeah.
And there were definitely
Also,
times when Jules would do like,
Anyone wants to join the Discord?
oh no, I did this instead of that. I'm like, but
There it
that
is.
was better.
Also, we're gonna start
And
the
just like recognizing that. And I like to give feedback
Last
towards like
giveaway.
questions, like, you know, why did you do this, or what did you do that?
Where's the reverb? That was one I got a lot.
Yeah, well.
unless we get
reverb's
4 more
overrated.
subs.
Just because
This is gonna be the last
the way
giveaway
somebody does
of
something
today,
is not the way I would have done it,
and it's
doesn't mean
Belotro.
it's bad. If you want to actually have a truly collaborative environment with
So-
other creative people, you know, you have to have
Do
that. You are
exclamation
bringing
point
these people in for their expertise. And
raffle
you need to let them spread their
to join the
wings.
giveaway.
There's no certainty in
It will be
creative
up for
endeavors.
20 minutes.
My guideline on that is basically just like, would I be like upset, or like, can I not let this happen? I don't know. Just don't cling to power for power's sake. Are we still talking about music? Or?
I feel like when you're talking about this, I'm imagining like the anime version of the music process, where like me and Sam and Nick and Alex and Jules all come in, and you're like struggling and you collapse, and we're like, you've done enough. Take our hand.
That was a very wholesome interview. It was.
Hey Source Moochers, my name is Ramsey Karubi. I am the composer for the Boyfriend Dungeon soundtrack. Boyfriend Dungeon is a dungeon crawling dating sim in which you date your weapons and
Let's
they
see.
transform into these beautiful hunks and babes, which during these Sailor Moon style-esque transformation sequences. So if I was a weapon, I'd be a butter knife, because I'm absolutely harmless. The soundtrack is really poppy and upbeat. We went for a very poppy
Feel
sound, and me and Madeline, the singer, are actually represented in the soundtrack in the game, and that's really cool. Today, I want to do a deep dive on Never Lose. It was a dungeon traversal track originally conceived as, and the team liked it more as a boss battle style track. So I want to take you on a quick deep dive on that. And without further delay, grab your favorite weapon. I've got my dagger right here, and let's go.
Oh, I thought he was going to bring a butter knife.
Alright, so how was Never Lose created? Well, it starts with usually one instrument in most of my songs.
Atomic
and
Power.
in this case, we really wanted to go after something that was haunting, something that sounded almost possessed or otherworldly, like a ghost. We really wanted to convey the sense that you were haunted by your past,
game.
maybe, and that going to Verona Beach was something of an escape for you.
Today.
That you could leave your past woes behind, and so that's a lot of data. That's like a lot of information you want to transmit to the player via a track, and to achieve something like that, I used my mini log. So if you don't know, a mini log is a Korg synthesizer, and it's normally a noisy, buzzy synthesizer, and it's not great for ambient stuff, although it can be used for anything really.
A rubber mallet.
I managed to get this ambient
I feel
patch
that's fitting
from it.
for Sodal.
And this is basically the beginning riff that started this whole song. So we have this like haunting bass line. When I say bass line, I don't mean bass
Solid
instrument.
Schmuck.
I mean
It's
like a
only for
foundation
people who have entered
for a track.
Not entered before.
So this is like a sharp cymbal
twice,
sound, and
it
most
wouldn't
likely
really
I
be
chose
fair
this because
to
of
the others
its
who have entered.
resemblance to a weapon sheath, and so we wanna. I injected a lot of cool bits of weapon sounds into the soundtrack, and I love using sound design as a way to express the gameplay. You know, and even though you want to get creative with it, because you don't want it to clash with the sound effects that are already happening in the game. So on this, I've added different things to make it kind of stand out more, not be mistaken for just gameplay. Moving on, we've got to add to that. So altogether we got the haunting synth, and then on top of that we've got a floaty synth. This floaty synth is also very integral to the song.
Synths are so
we also have
nice.
vocal samples.
Are.
And what I've done here is I've taken a track of Madeline singing. I think it was for this, and I've cut it up and put it onto a sampler. Here is said sampler, right? And these are all Madeline's little vocalizations that I've tweaked and done different things to. So you can see for this one, I've panned it to the side, so it goes off to the side. Okay, and so now moving on to the most important, arguably the most important part of this track, the vocals. And the lyrics and the vocals for this song and the music really go hand in hand to sell the vibe to the player that you must under no circumstances lose. Defeat is not an option, and you must succeed. But to what end, and why are we succeeding? And what is the point of this? And I gotta say, Madeline wrote all the lyrics, and she did an amazing, phenomenal job bringing that feeling of, you're exploring this dangerous place, and with this person that, may or may not be a stranger. And then when I say person, I really mean the weapon that you're falling in love with. And there's an element of danger to it, but there's also an element of we're going to get through this. And she did a great job with it. As far as her vocal chain, I have usually pretty simple, well, somewhat simple setups. De-esser, you know, really good if you have a lot of sibilants in the vocals, a lot of the S's and the those kind of plosives. I've got multi-band compressor, just a really good all-around compressor. Honestly, I have overprocessed this.
I find it a little bit ironic that his mic sounds so bad when
just
he
due to lack of experience and understanding how to route
you know,
and chain things properly. I've got a compressor.
Well, you see,
we don't really need both
he
the
makes
multi-band
music and
compressor
everything.
and the compressor. I might be smashing her vocals way too hard, to be honest. And, you know, in this context, it worked out, but it's something to keep in mind of. I've got Reverence, which is just reverb, pretty much. And I'm using really Cubase's stock plugins to mix all of this. I think they sound fine, and I recommend that any artists really just use what's available to them, you know. I don't tend to gravitate towards the most expensive thing out there. So as you can see, for most of this, I'm using stock.
The plosive, as you described, plosives are quite hilarious, yeah.
And so I
think he's in dire need of a pop filter.
Viennese Hall. And then finally, I've got the One Knob. I love this plugin. It's basically a DJ sweep knob, but for low end only. And I just love what it does. It's really, really helpful for all sorts of things. Although I don't even know if I'm using it. Oh yeah, I do use it here. Yeah. So you can see it's a very high quality pot, basically, that when you turn, it just gives you the full spectrum, and you can change the resonance from high, extreme, none, moderate. Good stuff. And finally, let me just talk a bit about the percussion. I'm using a few different plugins: Easy Drummer, Groove Agent, Contact 7, which I think is using Damage. Yes, we are using Damage and more Damage. And that's it. And then they're going through a group and then through a parallel
just
compressor.
a little baby.
So first of all, I've got these. And so this is Easy Drummer, right? And it doesn't normally sound like this. However, I am running it through a few different filters: Quadra Fuzz, One Knob filter, and that's giving you
so weird.
The nice bit crushed kind of sound, which is in the background of the full song, most of the song.
He's such a weird little floof.
Yeah. So you barely notice that, actually, but I think it adds a nice crunchiness to the whole track. Then I've got real drums. So another Easy Drummer module playing this here together. And then we've got Groove Agent, which I've applied my own samples to. Well, they're Cubase stock samples, but it's a modified kit that I made. And that's just playing the main drum beat.
I like the look of this program.
And then Damage, which I utilize heavily, extensively in all my projects. I really love it. They actually released a new one that I'm thinking about getting. And these are just basically highly processed, already mixed percussion hits. And
they're
10 really
minutes
good
left
for selling a mood.
On the giveaway.
I mean, they're just fantastic for giving you... For boss battles,
Balasho.
Amazing. And that's what these sound like. All together, gives you that heavy, you know, smack. That is probably... Those and the vocals and the bass are really the crux that form this song. But then the haunted synth is really the thing that makes it unique. It makes it its own thing. I mean, if you take everything out except for the synth, or I mean, if you leave everything in except for the synth, you really have a pretty generic, just, you know, it's just bass and drums. It's nothing really special.
What do you mean? That's
but
the best it sounded so far.
You add some vocal samples, and then you add Madeline's unique voice and what we did with it, and you have our track. So, yeah, that was a deep dive of Never Lose. I want to thank you so much for watching it. And currently I'm working on
Look, the
Project
cat's on
Dosa
his
with Outer
t-shirt.
Loop Games. And I encourage everyone to go check that out. Wishlist it on Steam. Me and my dagger have a long day ahead of us, so I will be seeing everybody later. Take care, thank you, and free Palestine.
This is the last game.
Hi, I'm the composer for A Case of Cud, Craig Hamilton. I'm going to play for you a special rendition of Onward on my Osmos Express V.
Oh, we're getting an ad.
If you want to
I
find
can't
out more about myself,
snooze.
go to gregoryhamilton.com. Thank you.
I thought he said Gregory. You think he did? Yeah. I didn't know that was a name, but that's funny. Another one. It's actually Gregory. Okay. I thought he said Gregory. Scoot. Well, I mean, I said it too. What even is this game though? They haven't really shown anything related to the game, so I don't know what it is. Only 5 minutes to enter the giveaway if you want to win Balatro, by the way. Just type in ! raffle if you want to join. I thought you did that on purpose. I thought you did it on purpose. As like a joke. I saw nothing. I didn't. You're right. No, you're not. Stop it. There've been a lot of good games and music today. been a lot of good stuff today. NSD. Exactly. Exactly. I feel like the last giveaway was also almost perfectly timed. Almost. Just almost. I thought maybe they would just talk a little bit afterwards as well, but this is tomorrow. So I don't know. Do you guys want me to do this again tomorrow? I can't guarantee that I will. Because I do have work as well, because I was supposed to work today, but then I asked if I could do tomorrow instead. But maybe if people are interested, we could possibly do it. Hold on, let me put on some music. Oh, I'm also gonna turn down the desktop audio. Only if I have the energy to do so. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I can't guarantee it, but if people want to, and if people want to be here for it, then sure. Crunchy, how you doing? Yeah, I'm usually, well, I'm usually streaming at this time, just not on a Monday. Just not on a Monday. But how you doing though? How you doing? It was fun for you. I'm glad. I'm glad. Good to hear. Yeah, we'll see though. We'll see how I feel after work. If I need to take a nap, I could probably maybe need a nap, but we'll see. And now I also know that I don't need to be half an hour early, you know? Because they also had a countdown for the countdown. So, you know, there was like a 15-minute countdown as well. So, you know. Hope you've been well. It's so lovely to see you. Thank you. It's going well. It's also lovely to see you too. If I wanted to, yes. We could also do the same as yesterday. Like, I don't have any other keys to give away from this specific event. But we could continue with the, like, for every 5th sub, we could do a giveaway, perhaps. Could do that. They had a countdown for the countdown. They did. They did indeed. Yeah, it was kind of silly. It was kind of silly. Also, the giveaway for the last game ends in 20 seconds. So if you want to win Balatro, just type in !raffle. This is the last chance. You have a few seconds if you hurry up. Just !raffle. It's like when they do trailers for trailers. You did it! You made it just in time, Crunchy. Okay, we're gonna pick a winner. We're gonna pick a winner. We ready? It was Scoot! Scoot, you won the game. You won the game. Congrats. GG. Let's see. Let me copy the key for you. Here we go. And a whisper. No, that was wrong. Scoot, there you are. There you are. There we go. You're welcome, Scoot. You're welcome. Crunchy! Thank you so much! Thank you so much! 7 months? Gosh. Thank you. Thank 27 months. Thank you so much. Oh, I paused the music. Yeah, I wanna do this again tomorrow if I do have the energy and if I'm feeling up for it. So we'll see how it goes. It's gonna be at the same starting time as today, at least the event starting time. But I will probably go live at 7 p.m. CET instead. Like, so I will be half an hour later then, if they do have a countdown anyway. So, yeah, we'll see though, because I do have work, as I said. So I need to see how I feel after that. But I want to though. I want to because it's a lot of fun, and might prep some food beforehand so I don't go hungry. It was like, I figured beforehand that, you know, maybe I should, I can take a break to go eat or something, but then I was like, no, but I also want to watch. Like, I want to sit here and watch as well. So there wasn't really any time to do that. There wasn't really any time. Your favorite emote is back? The clench emote. It is a funny one. I feel like not a lot of people use it, but it is a funny one. Especially if you play, you know, horror games or like Souls games. I feel like the clenching one is such a mood. It's such a mood. Clenchy son of fun. Okay, hold on. I need to switch from picture by picture to wide mode, so I can see stuff better. Oh damn, that was a flashbang and a half. Let's see. Rods, how you doing? How you doing? That's nice to see you. Hey, Blues. Everyone, did you all have fun? I had a lot of fun. We got to give away some games and found a lot of cool games and music as well. I'm definitely gonna wishlist a bunch of games now that I didn't have in my wishlist already. Yes, I did dye my hair. Yeah, go follow Rod as well. How's everyone doing? Doing pretty good. I'm very hungry though, and this wig is kind of pressing on my head, so I am looking forward to taking that one off and getting some food. You missed everything? Yeah, I've been live for a good while. I did post it in the CKT Discord that I would be streaming today and maybe tomorrow to showcase this event. So we'll see. We'll see how it goes tomorrow, if I'm gonna do it then as well. We'll see. So many CKT cuties in here. But there has been so many cool games and a lot of amazing music that I wasn't expecting. Like, obviously, the event is for music, but I still wasn't expecting it to be that good. But yeah, here is the link if you want more information about the event. It started today. It's going to continue again tomorrow. As you can see, the program for both days. They did add one extra game today, though, so you never know. It could happen tomorrow as well. And a lot of the games will either have demos available on Steam, or they will also, some of them will also be on sale. So, highly recommend checking them out. No, only learned about the event because of me, no clue what it was. I mean, you go check it out. I recommend doing it. I was jealous of all my bald men, all the bald men in my server, and wanted to become egg too. What do you mean? I'm not an egg. That's what's up. There was many benefits to this event, it seems. It was. And yeah, so we have given away 6 games, because I got some Steam keys, from the event to, well, I mean, I was gonna say to give away. They didn't really say anything, but I decided to just give them away because, well, at least 2 of them I had already, so I figured, you know, might as well give away all of them. Except 2. I kept 2 games. But yeah, as I said, if we continue tomorrow, I'm probably gonna add some other Steam keys that I have already, that I've bought from before. If we, you know, for every 5th sub, you know, any resub, any Twitch Prime, any gifted sub, if we do this tomorrow. So we'll see how it goes. Which 2? It was a Fruit Bus and what's it called again? Dungeons of Hinterberg. Because I already had that one, my eyes on that one. But also because the Fruit Bus was a Norwegian game as well. So I decided, you know, I feel like, yeah, I want to give it a go because I want to, well, actually I should probably have bought the game if I want to support Norwegian devs, but so maybe that was not the best idea. Wait, Bad Rods with the... What do you mean? It's Norwegian? Yeah, it is Norwegian. Did you also know that Tiny Glide is also a Norwegian game? And I didn't know that. At least the... Yeah. I was gonna say, at least the ones behind the music, but then I was like, there wasn't really music. It was just the same people who made the music as well. Yeah, I didn't know that there were so many Norwegian games, which was cool. Could get more eyes to the game and support that way. That's true. What do you mean? Hey, I gave away more than I kept for myself. And it wasn't even supposed to be for a giveaway. I just decided to do it. Don't be ungrateful. You could always buy it again. That's true. I haven't redeemed it, so I haven't redeemed it. But I wanted to give it a go. It looked good. I wouldn't go that far, but it's also because, you know, I have a lot of games in my backlog anyway, so I figured it just wouldn't feel right to have more lined up, unless I really was in that, like, super interested in them. But yeah, we're gonna find someone to raid. And yeah, I will let you guys know if we're gonna stream again tomorrow, which will be at 7 p.m. CET. As it says on the schedule of the event. So, but I will let you guys know in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, then you will just see when I show up, or if I show up. But if I do, it will be at 7 p.m. CET. Didn't even put in for any tickets. Didn't want to take it away from someone who really wanted one. That's fair. But anyone could join as long as they were a follower. So, you know. And I also don't want people to think that way, so then no one will enter because it's like, but there's someone who probably wants it even more than me, you know, and then no one enters. You know? So don't feel that way. You don't have to feel that way. It's nap time for you now. Good night. Take care and make sure you sleep this time. I will. But yeah, we're gonna find someone to raid. Let's see. Who should we raid though? because I really need to go and get some food. I am so hungry. You know what? I'm not sure. Also, I never stream on Mondays. I never know who's actually on at this time. So this is interesting to see. The music has been lovely. Yeah, during this event has been really, really good. Do you like this music? Oh, this music is from Neva. It's from Neva. Also a really good game. All of the games that have been shown today have been indie games. Pretty sure. So I figured it was also good that we have an indie game that we play the music for as well. Kneva? Kneva. But yeah, have a good night, Ghost. I hope you sleep well. Hope you sleep well. Let me see. But yeah, I will post the VOD for this on YouTube as well. Hopefully, seeing as there's so much music, but there's also a lot of indie games, or only indie games, I hope it doesn't get muted or like copyrighted. It shouldn't though. So I will post it on YouTube. Hopefully it will all be there, like all the music. It should be good, yeah. But you never know. You never know. Yeah, so I will post the VOD for you for this on YouTube. And if you're not following my YouTube, go check it out. I post all my VODs here. Today I posted the finale of my Nier Replicant stream. That was on Friday. So we're gonna start a new playthrough of that on Wednesday, as in Route B to get ending B, because we got an ending A. How did you like that? I love it. I am absolutely in love with the game. I really, really, really enjoy it. So that's why I want to just jump straight into the second playthrough. New favorite? It's hard to say. I don't know where I would rank it, because I have so many favorites now. But time for you to head out too. Sweet dreams, everyone. Have a good night, Blues. Or I guess it's kind of early for you, but either way, I hope you have a good one. But yeah, I think we're gonna raid Jose today. He's playing Minoria. It says that he's in the retro category, but Minoria isn't a retro game. It's I think it's an indie Metroidvania though. I have it in my... Do I own it or do I have it in my wishlist? I don't know. But yeah, we're gonna raid Jose. So let's... I hope you guys want to stick around for the raid. You know, even if you don't copy and send the raid message and stuff, you also get channel points if you do join in with the raid. I'm just saying. Just saying. Yeah, Jose is good. Is good people. He's good people. So he's a good choice. Yeah, let us raid him, and yeah, I'll let you guys know on the morrow if I will be streaming then again for day 2 of this event. But yeah, if not, you will also find the link here. You will also find the link here. It will be streamed on YouTube and Twitch and on Steam itself. So I'm good people, no you good people. But yeah, here is the raid message if you're subbed, and here's the raid message if you're not subbed. Oh, Black Cats, thank you. So copy whichever one works for you, and hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. Hopefully. And if not, I will see you on Wednesday though, for more Nier Replicants, or Nearvember, as I was gonna, I need to remember to call it, Nearvember. But yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Hope you have a wonderful day. I'll see you Ba ba ba. You're the best. You're the best.